So colleagues, just noting that it's 10:01 now, so we should be ready to start now. I'm not sure if the participants are already viewing the panel list or not, if we've gone live. So some guidance on that, please, Elena, Linda. I know that we're waiting to get our keynote speaker for the morning connected.
Good morning. Yes, it's live.
Fantastic. Can you update us on the state of play for the keynote speaker?
So thank you, Anika. We are just checking to see that the link has been well received. It's been sent. So we're hoping that Doreen will be able to give us an update shortly. Can I check that colleagues from Brazil have joined also, and from Kenya?
Good morning, everyone. Anika Henry here from the UN Road Safety Fund. We'll be starting the event very shortly. We're just trying to connect our keynote speaker for the morning. So bear with us. We'll start hopefully in the next 1 to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear and see you very well. Good morning.
All right, thank you.
Okay, fantastic. It seems as if we have the bulk of our morning session speakers. I think that we are all set to go ahead. Doreen, we see that you're connected. Just to hear from you briefly to make sure your connection is working. Good morning.
Good morning, Neka. Could you hear me?
Very, very well. Very, very well. Okay, fantastic. So
okay, give us a minute because it is my boss who should be speaking.
okay, so we haven't started yet, Doreen. We're just about to welcome everyone to the session and kickstart. So we'll do that now, starting right now. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to the UN Road Safety Fund Virtual Open Day. My name is Anika Henry, and I head the Secretariat of the UN Road Safety Fund. The Open Day is our virtual platform for engaging with governments, project partners, and the donors involved in our road safety projects. The day is divided in two parts. In this first part, in the morning, the next 3 hours, we will be hearing from government officials and experts in the field about how some of the partners of the fund are supporting governments to strengthen their national road safety systems. In the second part of the day, in the afternoon for us, we'll be discussing road safety financing, the progress being made to date, and the unfinished business that remains. I would like to thank all of our esteemed guests, speakers, participants for joining us today. I hope that this event will be both informative as well as inspiring. And with these few words, it's my pleasure to now hand the moderation of the event over to Mr. Flor Leichut, the Executive Director of UNRSF, the Global Youth Coalition for Road Safety, and also a member of the UN Road Safety Fund Steering Committee. Thank you. Flor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Neka. Thank you so much for that introduction, and also to everybody tuning in today, a very warm welcome on behalf of me to the people. So thank you all for joining us today. I can tell you we have an amazing session ahead of us. So let's talk about impact. Now, I've already been seeing in the chat that people are introducing themselves, which is amazing. So can I ask you all to type in the chat who you are and where you're from, just to get a bit of a sense of a feel of what kind of countries we got in the house today. So please make sure to get yourself known with the chat function, which is great to connect us with, and let us know who you are and where you're from. Now, my promise to you is that I will be the best moderator I can possibly be, although it's not something I do that often. So I will do my utmost best to guide you through this morning session, but I'm sure with the help of the UN Road Safety Fund team in the background, some of the amazing speakers we got lined up, and you, a great audience, I'm sure we will do just fine. So I've seen already the first people dropping in from Michelin, Bangkok, fantastic, welcome. Bangladesh, good morning. We see the UK, we see Nepal, Argentina, Singapore, Greece, Caro, hey Caro from South Africa, Mark from Lebanon, we have Ramya from Vienna, Juan from Argentina. Wow, amazing. Look at that. This is truly Hungary, Liechtenstein, Malawi, Peter, hey Peter from Sweden. I know Peter. Good morning, Sumara, Pakistan, Algeria. Amazing. Well, a very warm welcome to you all. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are tuning in from. Amazing. So in this morning session, people, we are going to look at the catalytic role of the fund in addressing priority road safety challenges, specifically in low and middle income countries. And we're going to hear firsthand how safer roads are contributing to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Now, to tell us about project impact on the ground and meeting government needs and improving road safety for the most vulnerable road users, we have project and government representatives today from Mozambique, Kenya, Bangladesh, and Brazil with us here today. A very special welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We're all eager to learn more about the amazing impact you are making with the support of the fund. As moderator, I'm also responsible, so this is a message to the speakers, I am also responsible for time management, which means that I will ask our speakers to respect their time limit of 15 minutes, and I will give you a 2-minute warning when you near the end, when you're near the kind of the end of your time, so that you know you need to round up. Now, to the audience, I can hear you think, what if I have a question to these amazing speakers? What do I do? Well, I'm one step ahead of you. In WebEx, you see next to the chat function that you all have been using already, there are 3 little dots. And in those 3 little dots, there is a Q&A section. So during a presentation, and if you have a question to one of these speakers, please send in your question through using the Q&A section, and then the UN Road Safety Fund team in the background will curate these questions, and after the presentations, there will be a Q&A, and maybe your question will be presented to the speakers. So please use that while we are listening to these amazing speakers ahead of us. So I think that's it for now. I think we are now going into the first bit. I hope you're all just as excited as I am. So let's get started, buckle up and enjoy the ride. First, we're going to kick off with somebody I think we all know very well, a road safety champion for many years, Mr. Jean Todt, the United Nations Secretary General Special Envoy for Road Safety. May I ask for your opening remarks, please?
I'm delighted to share these remarks to open the UN Road Safety Fund's platform of engagement Open Day, and to see that we will be joined by eminent speakers across the globe. Your presence here today is what nurtures the strong partnership at the core of the fund. It enables partners to deliver vital support to governments realizing life-saving interventions. The fund has reached, in its first 5 years, 36 projects in 46 countries, which is encouraging, even if not enough. These interventions cover key areas of vehicle safety, road design, user behavior, as well as post-crash care. From safer roads for non-motorized road users in Ethiopia, to improved speed management in Argentina, to efforts that keep children safe on roads in the Philippines. As a growing partnership, it is fitting that the Fund's 2023 call for proposals welcomes submissions from UN as well as international NGOs. And it does this to provide further support on the ground where those are still hardest hit by unsafe roads. Today, I call on all of us in the global road safety community, governments, private sector, international and regional organizations to keep disrupting the status quo. The emergency on our roads must end. Our goal to halve road fatalities and injuries globally can be met. This virtual meeting is a unique opportunity for us to come together as partners and showcase the real impact happening through the fund's investments and network, but also to strive ahead. By exchanging our global expertise and innovation models on road safety, which are building synergies across the Sustainable Development Agenda, we are scaling our safer future today. It is critical we channel much needed road safety financing into more high-impact initiatives. I hope you will be inspired by the upcoming expert contributions and collective effort, and I invite you to connect deeply with the UN Road Safety Fund's ambitions in its next phase. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Jean Todt, for your inspiring words. And yes, let's keep challenging that status quo, and let's keep making our strives for saving lives. I see in the chat I see Amy from the Philippines. Hi, Amy. I see Ahmed from Tunisia. Welcome. We see Spain. Alex from Kenya. Amy. Fantastic. Here we go. I see so many people tuning in from all over the world.
Went with the presentation.
Hello, Anastasia. Can you hear me?
You said Alison?
Okay. I don't know exactly what's going on, but put yourself on mute, and then I'm going to hand over the next bit of the session. So make sure, this is another note to everybody, make sure you're on mute when you connect. We are tuning in today from all over the world, hundreds of people. So to make this happen smoothly, it's important that we all kind of respect these online virtual rules. So thank you so much. We're going to hand over now to Dr. Ibrahim Norbert Richard. He is the Assistant Secretary General of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States for a keynote address. Dr. Richard, you have the floor.
Could we have the video go on, please? Can you hear us?
Doreen, you can control the video. Just there's a little button next to the mute, and it says start or stop the video, and you click on that, and it should open.
Right.
Okay. Just bear with us for a moment, people, when we're sorting the technical situation. Okay.
You cannot control video.
Yeah, it's actually disabled on our part.
Okay.
Doreen, can I just double check the link that you're using? Can I just double check you have the panelist link, or we can resend?
No. We're just using my link at the moment.
Yes, exactly. The latest link. I will resend it just now.
Okay, fantastic. So that means that with a participant link, you're not able to switch on your camera, and then the speakers are logging in through a different link. The world of technology, people, that's what we're dealing with, and I think we're all used to this by now, and we all know that these kind of things happen. So bear with us for a little bit before we dive into the keynote address from Dr. Ibrahim Norbert Richard.
Maybe we can remind the folks about who the speakers are, because I'm not sure if everyone has seen the detailed program we've recently shared.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's a brilliant idea. So let's go over the agenda. I have it in front of me. Maybe you've seen it as well. We just finished the opening remarks from Jean Todt. We're going to have a keynote address in a bit. And then from 10:20 to 10:35, we're going to talk about safer streets for road users, and we're going to Mozambique. We have Hamilton Allison, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Transport and Communications, with us today from Mozambique. And we also have Elena Sentiri, who is from UN Habitat in Mozambique, will join us as well. And I just checked their presentation. It looks really interesting how they are reclaiming the streets in Mozambique and promoting walking and cycling. So better stay tuned for that amazing presentation. Then we're going to move to Africa, and we're going to talk about safer and cleaner used vehicles for Africa, where we have a presentation from Martin Ashiwani, the Director, Road and Railway Transport, the Ministry of Transport from Kenya, but also from my fellow Dutchman, Rob de Jong, who is the head of the Sustainable Mobility Unit, UNEP in Kenya. And they're going to talk about safer and cleaner used vehicles for Africa. Also check their presentation, and I must say, it's the statistic that they present to us, is quite shocking, to be honest. And I wonder how we are going to curve the trend there. And then after that, at 10:50 to 11:05, we're going to Bangladesh, all the way to Asia, where we are going to talk about strengthening the post-crash response in Bangladesh. We have Professor Mohammed Robert Amin with a video message, and he is the Director of Non-Communicable Disease Control at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Bangladesh. And we have live today Dr. Watin Alam, who is the National Consultant on NCD's WHO in Bangladesh. They're going to talk about the post-crash response in Bangladesh, also really, really interesting. And then we go all the way from Bangladesh back to Latin America, where we're going to Brazil, and we're talking about strengthening road traffic enforcement. And I think that's exactly a very important point to discuss. We have Renata Culio, the Director General of DTRAN, I need to figure out what D-trend means, but probably that's something that you can help us with, probably the Department of Transport, wild guess. And then we also have Luis Otavia Machel Miranda, Advisor Traffic Department of State of Pará in Brazil. And they're going to talk about enforcement, and very important part of our system approach that we take to improve road safety. Then after the presentations, as I already kind of said in my introduction, is that we have a moderated discussion on ideas and experiences to replicate and scale. So that's where the panelists, the speakers, will come together, and we're going to discuss about what is going. We have an opportunity to ask them the questions, to dive into topics that they've been presenting, and also an opportunity for you, the audience, to ask your question. You can use the Q&A section, as I already explained. Maybe you want to explore it, the three little dots next to your chat function, then there is a Q&A button you can ask. After that, and I think we're going to capture the learning of that discussion, and we're going to put that in a knowledge toolkit, isn't that, Neneka? And we're going to capture the learning of today for you in a toolkit, so that you all can, so that we all can capture that, and that this is not just a meeting and fun to engage, but also something that we learn and we can build on, and we can share the knowledge that we shared today. Now, after that, Neneka is going to wrap up, and we are done of today at 1 p.m. in this time, in Geneva time zone. So I am going to look at Neneka if we have, in the meantime, our keynote address. I think we have. So I think, without further ado, I am going to welcome Dr. Ibrahim Norbert Richard. He is the Assistant Secretary General of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. Please, may I welcome you to the floor and deliver the keynote address. I hope everything's, I see chairs, I see, no, let's see. Dr. Richard, are you here?
So it appears our keynote speaker is still elusive. May I suggest we move to the first presentation, and as soon as he joins, we'll give him the floor.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, that's no problem. Let's go, let's do that. We have to be flexible, people. We have to adjust and adapt to the situation. Here we go. We are then going to the first presentation, where we are actually, where are we going? We're going to Mozambique. I already told you that. So we will hear from, I'm going to go into my script right now. Let's see, to start us off, yes, we're going to hear about the Safer Streets for Road Users, the Mozambique project, led by UN Habitat, if that's all right. Yes, I see two speakers, amazing, great. We're going to talk about to improve road safety for pedestrians and cyclists, with a special focus on children in the city of, oh, help me out, Quelimane, is that all right? Does that sound okay-ish? Please correct me, Vice Minister Hamilton Allison, from the Ministry of Transport and Communications, Mozambique. And of course, we're going to welcome Elena Sentieri, Urban Resilience and Development Specialist at Human Habitat Mozambique. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm going to hand over the floor to you to present your presentation today and the amazing work that you're doing in Mozambique. You have the floor.
Well, let's start, Elena. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, thank you. So, thank you very much. Well, it is a really great honor that on behalf of Dr. Magala, Minister of Transport and Communication, I address to all of you, distinguished participants in this event. So we, as a mix of transport and communication, we have identified 5 strategic development priorities, which are mobility, transport safety, accessibility, connectivity, and reforms. So, well, because there is a lot to do in this regard, and mostly because the choice of safety is related with the high mortality rate of mobility process. sometimes due to physical conditions or mechanical conditions of the vehicles, sometimes the environment as well, but most of all because of the human misbehavior. So we then decided to address these priorities into two approaches, which one of them is stabilization, and the other one is looking for the future, designing the future. Most of the accident recovery reports states the main reasons for that overspeeding and reckless oversteering. And well, in terms of stabilization, we're implementing the following actions. Inspect the main public and private terminals, sensitize transport operators, withdrawal of license to offender carriers, follow up on complaints against irresponsible operators, intensification of inspections and speed control in the main corridors and hotspots. And for the future, we're looking at the legislative review. Well, on that regard, we are now reviewing the road code, the transport regulation, and we are about to approve the road safety master plan and the respective action plan. And with, in partnership with cooperation development partners, we're implementing structuring projects such as urban mobility projects, Southern Africa connectivity project. In this specific one, we do have a safety component to assess road safety and interventions in the northern corridor, as well as institutional capacity building of the road regulator, which is inactive. We also have a project to improve road safety in Greater Maputo with support from the Korean Trade Agency, focused on the designing and implementation of crosswalks and the design of critical intersections to reinforce pedestrian safety and traffic monitoring system. We also have a project called Road Safety for Sustainable Development Project, also for reassessment and interventions on our main road, National Road number 1. And most of these projects, they have the support of the World Bank. And we especially thank, of course, the UN Habitat for the initiative of organizing the event and other, for this event and other that have culminated in concrete actions that aim to promote active mobility and reduce road accidents. Is an example of that, the reclaiming the streets and pedestrians and cyclists in Africa. We also have the road safety is, I would say, given the fact that the issue of road safety and accidents in the country is still increasing. We are now involving not only the official authorities, but also private sector and other stakeholders that we believe that they may add value to these fights. Data collected from the police indicates that we have reduced from 11 to 12% in terms of accidents last year. Of course, we do have a different statistic to comparing with the United Nations one. That's why we do have a project and we intend to have a common way of designing these statistics. But what is important is that during the 2022 and 2023 festive season, the reduction in accident rates was around 50% as a result of the implementation of the joint intervention plan, where the different sectors in coordinated manner multiplied prevention and awareness actions. These actions were reinforced by means such as ambulances to help victims, tow vehicles for monitoring and inspection teams, equipment to control speeds, as well as limiting lines and pedestrian crossing, among others. So this was mainly based on this, I would say, this joint task force between the private sector, the government, and also other NGOs. And I'd say that we recognize that there's still many challenges there, which include building adequate infrastructure, strengthening multi-sectorial collaboration, and also the availability of funds. In general, our desire is that this seminar be a moment of reflection and exchange of experience on the challenges mentioned here and others, capable of leading us to promote actions with a view to improve the current situation of road safety, especially in the developing countries towards achieve the SDGs. So with these words, of course, I would like to wish everyone here a good job and encourage the implementation of projects in the pipeline, calling for them to expand it to more cities and roads in our country and others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the nice introduction and moderation, and also thank you so much for His Excellency Hamilton Alisone, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Transport and Communication here in Mozambique, for the nice words. Well, I would like to start simply thanking the Ministry for this amazing work and a very productive partnership that we are having in Mozambique. As the Ministry of Transport here is the main leader of the project, so it's already 1 year that we are implementing activities here, and we already have a lot of impacts. And also, well, we are going with this presentation. I'm going to give a general overview of this project from the regional level, because this is a regional project. So this is under implementation and in coordination also with other ministries around Sub-Saharan Africa. But I will also give a specific focus on Mozambique at last. So only to start, UNHabitat has a specific mandate where we are also trying and committing to improve road safety for all, and also integrating it into sustainable mobility and transport infrastructure planning and design. Next, please. But it's very important to give a general overview of why we are also implementing this project and why this is at the center of the agenda of the government and also of UNHabitat. Well, first of all, I think many of you know which is the challenge related to road safety in Africa. That is the continent with the most challenging road safety performance, with a very high fatality rate. But it's important also to highlight how Mozambique has one of the highest fatality rates in Sub-Saharan Africa. And especially that more than 60% of estimated road death and injuries per year affect pedestrians and cyclists. And also that's why we promoted this kind of approach in this project. Next, please. So yeah, His Excellency already explained very well which are the government priorities, and the fact that road safety is among the top priorities of the government at the moment and of the ministry. And also that they are finalizing in this moment the National Road Safety Master Plan, that we think it's a very important initiative. But it's also important to say that road safety is an health issue, but it's also an economic issue affecting economically active population and also the GDP of national government. So this is very important to be tackled. Next, please. Okay, so as I was saying, we are going a bit to focus on this experience. That is the project we are implementing at the moment, funded by the Road Safety Funds. That is a multi-partner project implemented at regional level. Next, please. this is a project that is mainly trying to achieve or contributing to 3 SDGs. Well, SDG 11 is the main SDG related to UN Habitat mandate. In this case, it's specifically linked to try to achieve more sustainable cities and settlements and human settlements, but also to provide safer and more affordable transport for all, including also vulnerable people, especially. And also SDG 3, trying to promote active mobility or non-motorized transport that is crucial for people well-being and is at the center of this project. But at the same time also we are trying to strengthen partnerships, and also that's why we are here in this amazing event. Next, please. So only to give a general overview, the project is under implementation in 5 countries. So it's not only in Mozambique, it's a very wide, we can say, project in Africa. And in Mozambique, it's under implementation with the Ministry of Transport and Communication, but at local level also with Quilimane municipality, it was Quilimane. Maputo and Matola, that are the center, the south of the country, and we are implementing the project in coordination with local and national authorities also in the other countries, for sure. And the project is going to end in 1 year, more or less, and general objective is to increase road safety in African cities, especially for pedestrians and cyclists, at the same time trying to also support providing technical assistance to the governments in their efforts of policy making, developing policies, and also implement safer street design standards. Next, please. So yeah, actually the idea is, well, I've already explained about the idea of promoting road safety for cyclists and pedestrians. This is related to the high rate, as I was explaining in the beginning, of people that walk and cycle that are affected by crash accidents. And also by trying to strengthen and accelerate also financial efforts in the area of policy development. Next, please. So I will go very quick, I will try to be quick, but the first component of the project that is very important, the project is under implementation also in collaboration with ITDP, and we are trying to strengthen and also scale up design standards. So both UN Habitat and ITDP have developed various guidelines. In Mozambique, for example, we are trying to implement now a procedure book for safer schools, road safety in schools, that is going to be used and implemented by the municipality. Next, please. So this is the second component. This is we can say, one of the main ones, or a very big one, considerable, because it's from one side, it comprehends trying to strengthen all these road safety frameworks at government and the national level, but also at local level by providing technical assistance, but also using innovative approaches for awareness raising that I am going to explain shortly. Next, please. And lastly, we have all this component that is very, very important. That is also the reason why we are here. That is to exchange experience, to strengthen South-South cooperation, and disseminate good practices as well. That is something very important that has been very useful for us during implementation, and also to, as a last component, to try support municipalities especially, or the government in general, to access more funding for road safety. In this specific case, for Quilimane, we supported them last month to apply for a Bloomberg fund to implement and continue the work we're doing for cycling infrastructures. Next, please. So this is, in my opinion, this is the most important slide, in the sense that we even presented it with Nika at the the joint parliament here in Maputo, and I think it's very important because it demonstrates how we can reach a very strong impact, a very important impact, even with seed activities or seed projects, if we are smart and we use innovative approaches. So we have some examples of approaches that we are using as UN Habitat with the government of Mozambique and also government of Ethiopia and other countries in sub-Saharan Africa that we think are very important. For example, the first part is that we always use participatory approach in this specific project, but also in other projects. We try always to place children's voices at the middle, at the heart of planning. I will show some examples later, but this is very important because all the interventions need to consider their needs, and so they need to be done with them and not for them. The second thing is that also linked to this is that we use sometimes innovative solutions, like for example with the block by block methodology. Also through this project, we improved designs or safer street design using Minecraft. So we train children to use Minecraft, and then children and also vulnerable people from the communities implement, like draw their own public space or their street the way they want, after assessing which is the kind of features they prefer to have to feel safer. And usually this is also very important after for implementation. And then we also use very tactical, a lot of various tactical urbanism intervention or placemaking that are how to say, like temporary interventions where the citizens are at the middle, where they design or implement temporary interventions that after can be scaled up after awareness raising of decision makers, and they can scale up in a permanent way. And lastly, hackathons. We even organize an hackathon that is very important for data collection, but also for digital innovation and youth empowerment, because here in Mozambique, for example, we included 100 people. I don't know if I think you skipped some slides. I don't know if you can go back. I see positive impacts. That is the last slides.
Yes, sorry, Elena. We'll be going back to the correct slide shortly.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And meanwhile, maybe I can go on talking, but well, as I was saying, also because I think we are running out of time, but as I was saying, our approach is technical assistance on policymaking and also implementation, direct implementation of seed activities. So you can go directly maybe to Kilimane, since we're running out of time. That is slide, I think, 14. So in the case of Kilimane here, you can say a placemaking activity that we organize with the municipality during the 80th celebration of the city. And we actually temporarily designed a safer crossroad in a place that was close to the municipality, the main building of the municipality, and a school, and that had a very high rate of accidents. And this demonstrated to improve the safety of the area, but also we organized, we painted murals with young activists and citizens and people. We launched a participatory, and we launched a competition for a photography competition for citizens in order to reflect and think more about mobility challenges and road safety challenges, and then pictures were exposed. But also we had also a high-level cycling initiative where the mayor and also representative from the ministry and also other cooperation partners cycled through the city together.
Elena,
Next,
can I ask you to maybe 1 or 2 more minutes just to...
Sure, so I can wrap up.
Thank you so much.
Please go next. Yeah, this is only an image of the crossroad, how it was. So we can go to Maputo. This is a very similar initiative. We closed an entire road to traffic, and we opened it to pedestrians to organize a series of activities also with children. on the context of the Sustainable Mobility Week, that is a very important multi-partner initiative that we organize annually in Maputo. Next, please. And yeah, this is very important. Also, last year at metropolitan level, we had also His Excellency, the Vice Minister Alissone, participating to this high-level meeting, and all mayors to this very important moment where we debated on road safety and we achieved very important results. Next, please. I think it's the last slide. Yeah, you can go next. This is the result of the crossroad. And yeah, this is the technical assistance for road safety we are doing. We are supporting the ministry in revising the master plan for road safety and also our municipalities to revise their standards. So to conclude, we had already some positive impacts, even if the project is still at the middle. So about 1,000 people demonstrated behavior change on road safety during these interventions, especially children. 50 children demonstrated increased interest in skating skills, because we included also them in training with skate initiatives. And also we tried to generate, and we succeeded also to generate some opportunities for national, local government for strength of road safety. And also more than 100 people from organizations, etc., increased their expertise on inclusive, safer street design. Next and last. So the last one is only a very short a very short overview on an initiative we are conducting at the regional level. So if you want more information, I can put you into contact with our headquarters. That is a new project with Young Road Safety Fund that is very important to strengthen coordination and partnerships among cities to strengthen actually road safety in Sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elena, for that wonderful presentation. And thank you so much, Your Excellency, Vice Minister Allison, for your leadership and making road safety a priority in Mozambique. What I really enjoyed about your presentation, Elena, was, as I'm a big promoter of meaningful youth engagement, how you involve children and young people in the project itself. I can only applaud you for that fantastic, innovative approach. I think we can all learn from that. And as a reminder to the people, if you have a question for Elena, then please put in the question in the Q&A box. And then we will do our best to get as many questions as possible to the amazing speakers that we have today. I learned already so much. I hope you did as well. We are now going to Dr. Richard. I believe we have connection as we speak. So we are going to see and test if that's all working. Dr. Ibrahim Norbert Richard, are you with us? I can see a room, which is good. I'm not sure if anybody's in there. Okay. Yes, no, that's in the hallway. Okay. Elena, can you help?
Yes, we had confirmation that Dr. Richard had joined. We hope that can still be the case.
Yes. How long would you like me to wait?
He seems to be connected. Dr. Richard, can you hear us? Please take the floor.
Or perhaps Doreen, on your behalf, could facilitate that.
Muted.
Yes, I've just had confirmation from Doreen that Dr. Richard is with us.
Oh, fantastic.
Doreen, Dr. Richard, perhaps could you unmute and share video?
Can you hear me, Elena?
Yes, we can.
Elena, you can hear me?
Yes, we can, very well. Would you be able to share your video also to be able to see Dr. Richard?
Would you want the Dr. Richard to take the floor?
Yes, we would very much. Would it be possible also at the bottom of the screen, there should be a button for a video, if that would be
We just
possible?
don't hear you. I don't hear you well. Just give me a second again.
Of course.
Can you hear what she's saying? Okay. Maybe say something.
Yes, Doreen, we can hear you perfectly from our side. We hope the
Excellent.
connection won't be too challenging.
Okay, if you can hear us, that's very good.
Wonderful. Would we be able to see the video? Would that be possible? Or otherwise, we would go ahead to hear Dr. Richard's remarks.
C'est disconnected. I've been disconnected. Oh yeah.
Quand tu vas là-bas.
I think I'm fine. I was disconnected again.
Okay.
See?
Yes. Let's see. Okay. Let's give it, are we giving it one more shot, or are we going to the next presentation and then move back?
I think we should try and see if we can.
Yeah.
Dr. Richard, Doreen, can you hear us?
Okay, my apologies for this technical issues.
No problem at all. Welcome, Dr. Richard. We're really happy to hear your voice. Please go ahead. I'm going to hand over now to you. You are the Assistant Secretary General of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States, and you are here today to give us a keynote address. Thank you so much for joining us. You have the floor.
His Excellency Mr. John Todd, UN Special Envoy on Road Safety. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, let me from the onset thank you for extending this invitation to OACPS. It's indeed an honor to participate in this open virtual event, which seeks to exchange views on road safety partnerships. We are witnessing one of the fastest growing and leading cause of death through road accidents. Approximately 1.3 million young people die and more are injured. The sobering metrics that I have just shared highlights how the largest generation of our world today is also the largest cohort of victims of the road, and how it deprives our societies of young people who are entering their prime. We need to collectively address the issue of road safety challenges. In doing so, we must therefore galvanize global support for addressing this growing problem that should not be simply viewed as yet another alarming statistic. Addressing road safety is essential for achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as it touches on our abilities to achieve a number of SDGs. The UNCPS is therefore committed to championing road safety in and across its member states. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, the issue of road safety is a key priority of OCPS in its strategic engagement with partners. The OCPS has exchanged with various stakeholders to ensure that the concerns of these groups are taken into account. The OCPS is exchanging with members of parliament, collaborated with UN Road Safety Fund, organized a meeting to ensure that the members of Parliament from VACP and the EU are updated on road safety. The meeting also sought to ensure that there is strong political will to address road safety. In this regard, the resolution is currently being finalized by the EU and OACPS members of Parliament will be adopted in the next 3 months. At the 114th session of OACPS Council of Ministers held in June 2022, ministers adopted a decision calling on member states to integrate the promotion of road safety into their national sustainable development strategies and related domestic budgets. Ministers also urged member states to respect their international commitments in order to reach the relevant objectives on road safety set by the United Nations, and to include the promotion of road safety as priority in their development cooperation with key partners and at international level, such as the UN Road Safety Fund. During the 10th Summit of Heads of State and Government in 2022, the OACPS once again collaborated with UN Road Safety Fund to engage the youth and the leaders on road safety. The outcome of the summit called for establishment of a platform for knowledge sharing, technology transfer programs, and sharing of best practices on safe system approach to road safety. I trust that today's discussions will not only inspire others of the importance of working with strategic partners such as UN Road Safety Fund, but will ensure that put collaboration and cooperation with partners at the center of our work. The OACPS approach to addressing road safety is one that working together with the private sector, academia, civil society, and other important groups, including the youth. Forming inclusive, effective alliances are necessary if we are to design and implement national programs that address the road safety challenges we face. There are already many examples of successful programs and partnerships, some of which we will share about at this forum. As I conclude, let me stress that the OACPS is uniquely equipped to create positive challenge on the issue of road safety, given the geographical diversity and the existing partnerships with relevant stakeholders in both the private and the public sector. I look forward to progressive discussions that we will have at today's open days, so together we can build a partnership roadmap for improving road safety in and across members of OACPS.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richard, for your inspiring words. And indeed, we need to work together and in partnership to make our strides. I think that's absolutely great. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm happy that in the end we were able to connect. Yeah, these things happen, and I think we've all been part of virtual meetings a lot the last couple of years, and but I'm really, really happy that we were able to connect with you. Thank you so much. We're going to move quickly on to the next presentation. We are going to Africa. We are going to hear from Martin Ashiwani, the Director of Road and Rail Transport from the Ministry of Transport. Now, we did have an amazing speaker, Rob de Jong, who is the head of the Sustainable Mobility Unit of the UN Environment Programme, but unfortunately, he has another meeting, and because we're running a little bit late, he had to step out. But I have good news for you, because we have, he will send his colleague, Jane, to replace him, who is also extremely knowledgeable, I've been told. And she will step in for Rob when he heads up to his next meeting. Now, this innovative project encompasses exporting and importing countries to ensure used cars imported into Africa, meeting uniform minimum standards and resulting in a shift towards cleaner and safer used vehicles. So without further ado, Martin and Jane, I hope you are ready. I think you're all connected. So I'm going to hand over the floor to you.
Very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Do you have
Okay.
video, Martin?
Yes, I do.
Oh, please, we would all like to see your face.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much.
Okay,
And
thank you. For us here in Kenya, road safety continues to be a challenge that we have put measures in place to address. We have a number of measures that we are trying to put in place to be able to address road safety. The situation is that, for example, in the year 2022, the country lost 4,690 people. And we had serious injuries of about 9,933, and then 7,137. These are a significant number compared to previous years. And therefore, as the number increases, despite the fact that we put measures in place to address it, it concerns us. One of the areas we're addressing is the issue of motor vehicle standards. Currently in this country, we are having motor vehicle inspections carried out to be able to establish and ensure that the number of vehicles and the type of vehicles that are imported are suitable for our roads and are safer. What we are seeing is that out of the accidents that are recorded within the country, 7% are directly linked to the condition of the motor vehicles, the mechanical condition of those vehicles. And therefore, with the partners, particularly United Nations Road Safety Funds, we were able to establish standards for the East Africa region that is supposed to guide inspection units. But in addition to that, we still have a challenge. When it comes to inspection, the government is currently inspecting commercial vehicles and passenger vehicles alone. Personal cars are not subjected to motor vehicle inspection. The reason is that we do not have the capacity to inspect all the vehicles that are within the country. As a result of that, we have developed a legal framework that is going to involve the private sector in the motor vehicle inspection services in the country. We are hoping that with this included, private sector participation, it will be possible for us to be able to inspect more motor vehicles within the country and address the issue of safety. That is important given the fact that slightly over 90% of all the motor vehicles that are imported in this country are used vehicles. And therefore, their mechanical condition as they enter, and even once they have entered, while they are within the country, it is important that their mechanical condition is maintained to the required standards. So this is the area that we are keenly looking into, and within a very short time, we should be able to address the issue of vehicle inspection to maintain roadworthy vehicles on our roads. So basically, that's in brief, that's what we are doing with regard to standardization that we were assisted to help to develop with the UN Road Safety Fund for the East Africa region. And it's applicable in this region because as a country, we have already adopted them. The challenge has been that despite the fact that we have standards and we are not inspecting, so it is not widely used. So for us to use the standards that we have already developed means that all vehicles must be subjected to annual inspection. With that, we should be able to address and ensure that improve road safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eshewani, for your inspiring words to set this presentation up. I think we now have also Jane joining us.
Yes, I am, and I can see Rob is still available. Rob, do you want to take it up, or what would you like?
No, I'm really like 5 minutes to go to my next meeting. So I also think you're much better qualified than I am, having driven this work in Africa. So I think they much rather listen to you than to me, Jane. So I'm sorry, I need to run, but I'm quite sure, Flora, you're in good hands with Jane.
Oh, I bet. No, thank you so much, Rob, and good luck in your next meeting. Thank you so much. Jane, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So I will be talking, building up on what Martin Eshewani has just spoken about, on introducing safer and cleaner used vehicles. And the priority or the phase one of the project was actually looking at Africa. So why is this a challenge or a problem that we think, we are grateful that the UN Road Safety Trust Fund has helped to address? From the graph, you can see that today, between now and 2050, we will have more than 1 billion vehicles. This is just light-duty vehicles, which means, passenger cars, over 1 billion vehicles added into the fleet. And you can see the growth will actually take place in low and middle income countries, as the growth rate in the developed world has actually almost stabilized. So in the coming decades, we expect to see more growth in low and middle income countries. Next, please. So we've seen over 1 billion plus cars coming, being added into the fleet. So what kind of vehicles will this be? Will they be the normal conventional engine vehicles or electric vehicles? We know that, from the statistics, there will actually be more conventional engine vehicles. Will they be used or will they be new? Again, from the statistics we know, and I'll be showing you a bit of that, we know that the addition of vehicles in the low and middle income countries will be used. Will they be locally produced or imported? Again, from statistics and studies that we've carried out in a lot of the countries, we know that there will actually be imported used vehicles, as the local market is still quite underdeveloped in a lot of the countries. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of some statistics from some of the countries, that we've looked at. For example, and this is for light duty vehicles. For Kenya, 97% of the vehicles being added into the fleet actually are used. 94% in Nigeria, in Paraguay, in Sri Lanka, 50%. So it is an issue, when it comes to a lot of the global south, so not just one continent. So as I said, more used vehicles being imported or added into the fleet and being imported. Next slide, please. So we did a study, and I'll be talking a bit on that under the UN Road Safety Trust Fund and other funding. We did a study in 2020 and an update in 2021 for light duty vehicles. Where are they coming from? Where are they going? And we looked at three regions or countries, that is Europe, Japan, South Korea, and the US, because this is where the bulk of 90% of the vehicles, used vehicles being exported are coming from. And you can see, you know, the regional balance, a lot of the used vehicles coming to Eastern and Southern Africa, for example, coming from Japan, West Africa and North Africa, coming from Europe because of the, you know, left-hand drive, right-hand drive, with also some of the used vehicles, you know, from the US going to the Central American sub-region. So this just shows the flows of where the vehicles are coming from and where they're going within the Global South. Next slide, please. To complement that study that we did, the Netherlands also did a study. They looked at all the used vehicles going through the Netherlands ports, the Dutch ports, you know, they are the biggest ports. So they looked also at the used vehicles going to Africa, North Africa, especially Morocco, they have some good standards, and West Africa. And you can see the age, this is just on the age of the vehicles, you know, on average over 18, in some countries, I think in Nigeria it was 19.9 years. That's the average vehicle being imported, added into the fleet in these countries. So old vehicles being imported. Next slide, please. And it's not just, you know, in West Africa. This is also a study that we carried out in Uganda before they set an age limit of 15 years recently. But you can see, again, older vehicles being imported and new vehicles being added into the fleet. Almost close to 17 years for the diesel vehicles, over 15 years. So very old vehicles actually being added into the fleet because of lack of regulation. So, and that's why, you know, it's a key issue to address. Next slide, please. The Netherlands study also looked at the quality, the vehicles being imported. Are they, do they have a roadworthiness certificate? And again, you can see most of the vehicles actually being exported were old and did not have a valid roadworthiness certificate. So they were not, you know, really supposed to be on the roads. And those are the kinds that were being exported. Next, please. Again, the good thing about the project is that it combines the safety aspect and the clean aspects. And that's why, you know, the project was actually called Cleaner and Safer Used Vehicles for Africa. So we also looked at the emission standards. And again, you can see a lot of these vehicles were actually below Euro 4, where the health benefits start. So Euro 1, 2, 3 vehicles, you know, the emissions are quite high. They do not have the emission control technologies. So also a health hazard or challenge in these countries. Next, please. And you can see Morocco, you know, had very good standards, Euro 5 and above. So we looked at the regulatory environment policies in the recipient countries. You know, do these countries that are receiving these vehicles have the necessary policies to regulate the quality of vehicles coming into the countries? And you can see again, for Latin America, fewer countries, you know, the dark gray is countries that have banned import of used vehicles. So fewer countries importing used vehicles, but again, bad quality. But the main challenge, as you can see, is Africa. And that's why the priority was in Africa. Only 4 countries in Africa have banned used vehicles import, and the rest do not have very good regulation. And this is a current state as it is, but we'll talk about what we've done. Next slide, please. So this is just zeroing in on Africa. Only 2 countries have good standards. The bulk, as you can see, weak or very weak regulation. Over 40 countries have had weak or very weak regulations. Next, please. So what does the program, you know, look at? And this is now the wider program, UNEP Used Vehicle Program, that also encompasses the UN Road Safety Trust Fund. So we are looking at 4 things or 4 asks for UNEP, for this used vehicle program. So the first is looking at least Euro 4 minimum standards, harmonized standards. The second is a valid roadworthiness certificate at the time of export. Age limit, that's debatable because it depends on the countries, on the sub-regions. But various studies have shown that very old vehicles, 20, 30-year-old vehicles, they compromise. So an age limit, yes, but I think it would be up to the countries, the sub-regions to set up that. And then, of course, increasingly we are seeing used electric vehicles also being imported. And for us, it's also will be a focus area. What we are looking at, what are the priority areas? We are supporting the importers. So African countries, we are also engaging with the exporters of these used vehicles. We are prioritizing Africa, and we're also looking at it from a global solution. How can we have sort of like a global agreement on used vehicles, from an importer's perspective and exporter's perspective, to have some minimum requirements for quality used vehicles. Next, please. So what have been the achievements before, or during phase 1 of the UN Road Safety Trust Fund? So we've done 2 reports, which, when I say the achievements, is through the project and also through some UNEP funding or other donor funding. So we've done 2 reports, as I mentioned, that looks at the flows of used vehicles, the scale, the regulatory environment, and this is for light-duty vehicles, which is passenger cars. We've also done an update in 2021, and we also intend to do an update this year also. We launched a new global used vehicle program. And also during the UNEA, which is the UN Environment Assembly that was held last year, we were able to have a text in one of the resolutions on circularity that actually requires countries, or that has a text on used vehicles that requires reporting and action, UNEP and member states to work on used vehicles. Next, please. So under the phase 1 of the UN Road Safety Trust Fund that has just ended, or is, we did support the Eastern and Southern Africa sub-regions to, no, this is phase 2. Phase 1, we supported Eastern and West Africa sub-regions to harmonize used vehicle regulation. And we also carried out trainings of regulators, which also included the private sector, the vehicle inspection bodies on used vehicles. So we have actually regulation adapted in these 2 sub-regions. We worked with various other partners, the UNECE, the FIA, to develop some communication materials in French, English, CITA, which is the International Vehicle Inspection Agency, to carry out studies also on vehicle inspection, and also engage in training. Phase 2 of the project that has also just been approved will focus. So we have not started on this, but it's just been approved. We will now look at the other 2 sub-regions. Phase 1, I said Eastern and Western. Phase 2, we look at Southern and Central Africa to also come up with some regional agreement. And we will also include 2 countries in Asia, Cambodia and Mongolia. We also intend to submit a phase 3 that will focus on the Latin America sub-region. As I mentioned, we are adding, funds from other partners, also mentioned there, to collaborate our activities, to expand our activities into, these regions. Next, please. Yeah, maybe I might wrap up on this one. So what has been, as I mentioned, what has been the progress and impact? So we have actually, working with the countries, with the sub-regions, have had the two sub-regions, East Africa and Southern Africa, as I mentioned, adopt regionally harmonized standards. We know that countries are now in the process of ensuring that these standards are actually into their national laws, and they'll have a big impact on the kind of vehicles being imported. And from the trainings that we had, we also looked at the need for, some safety requirements also incorporated into the import of these vehicles. We are also engaging with the European Union and other exporters on having a global sort of like agreement on used vehicles being exported or imported. And we also see an opportunity, and we have been engaging with the EU on they are revising their end-of-life vehicle directives because a lot of the vehicles that are being exported from the Netherlands study actually mirror the vehicles being disposed in the Netherlands. So we'd like to see in the end-of-life vehicles directive whether we can have some regulation on the exports of used vehicles from the EU. And we also developed a lot of communication materials. They're available on our website. We'll be sharing the link. They're in French and English. There are also some guidelines or framework for inspection and monitoring. So we will be able to share those. I think I can end there. Thank you. Thank you, Flo.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Jane, for that wonderful presentation, and thank you, Martin, for your words. Martin was explaining that they're building a new legal framework and involving the private sector. And I think that's another great example of great collaboration between government and private sector working together in fighting road safety. And Jane, the numbers, this is the first time I've seen, I've been long in road safety, but I've never been really into a vehicle standards. But learning all of that information you got and your fight to get a cleaner and safer vehicles into Africa and the work you do is absolutely amazing. A big congratulations on that. It's a big task ahead of you, but I think you're absolutely in the right direction. Now to the audience, if you have a question for Jane, she will stay with us. Please use the Q&A section and ask the question to Jane, and she will be delighted, of course, to answer those. The team will curate that. The questions. Now, I also see in the chat that some of you are asking, oh, please send me the presentation, please send me this. This is such an amazing information. I am sure that all the presentations of all the speakers will be shared with all the participants afterwards, together with the knowledge toolkit. So, oh, Jane, you get a lot of great presentations in the chat. So I think a lot of people enjoyed that. Now, without further ado, we are flying over to Bangladesh. We're going from Kenya to Bangladesh, where we have first off, we're going to start with a video message from Professor Mohammed Robert Amin, who is the Director of Non-Communicable Disease Control in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He will set it up from a government point of view. And then we're going to move over to Dr. Vantina Lam of the World Health Organization's National Consultant on Non-Communicable Diseases. They are going to talk about a project in Bangladesh on strengthening post-crash care for victims of road crash injuries. Another very important element of our safer system post-crash response. So please, UNRSF team, could you please start with the video of Professor Amin?
This is Professor Dr. Mohammed Robert Amin, and I'm the line director of the Non-Communicable Disease Control Program of the Directorate General of the Health Services, Commonwealth of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. As we all know, global priority to road safety has been expressed through setting up the SDG goal of 3.6 of 50% reductions of the death and injury from road traffic crashes by 2030, as the road traffic injury have emerged as a major public health concern. As per the WHO Global Status Report on Road Safety 2018, estimated 25,000 people lost their lives in 2016 due to road traffic injury in Bangladesh. It is revealed from a nationally representative survey that was conducted in 2016 that around 2/3 of all road traffic fatalities die on the way to hospital, and 3/4 of them do not receive any form of pre-hospital care. To improve the post-crash response for the victims of the road traffic injury, the Non-Communicable Disease Control Program of the Director General of the Health Services, with support from the WHO and UN Road Safety Fund, developed a strategy, costed action plan, protocols for the service provider, and training manuals for the first responder. Based on these technical documents, we are piloting a scalable model at a 10-kilometer segment of national highway on post-crash response, including pre-hospital care. A technical committee has been formed to review the technical documents, to monitor the progress, and to provide the strategic directives. Stakeholders, policymakers, and experts from the different organizations and the ministries are members of these technical committees. We hope this initiative will be able to demonstrate a saleable model of post-crash response with multi-stakeholder involvement. The major challenge is to scale up the model and to make it sustainable, and we look forward to continuous support from the partners in this regard. I take this opportunity to thank the WHO, the UN Road Safety Fund, and other partners for supporting the government and for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, colleagues around from the world. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. So my name is Dr. Watin Alam. I am a national consultant working at WHO Bangladesh Country Office. So as you already informed about the title of the project, that is strengthening post-crash response. So we all know about the global priorities of the SDG 11.2, which includes improving the road safety situation, and it is also emphasized in the UN General Assembly resolution that the target is to reduce the road traffic deaths by 50% within 2030. According to the Global Status Report of Road Safety 2018, the estimated road traffic fatalities is 10 times higher than the reported one. And despite having an emergency care access number, there is no structure from our registry system, and as well as no certification for the pre-hospital providers. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next one. Thank you. So what about the post-crash response? So nothing addressed in the post-crash response, and post-crash response was not addressed in the Bangladesh Road Transport Act, which was published in 2018. In Bangladesh, there is no approved strategy, costed action plan, protocols, and training manual regarding the post-crash response, and also no systemic initiatives to strengthen the post-crash response, like on-site care, transportation, primary health care strengthening, facility preparedness, etc. Next slide, please. So some initiatives have taken by the private sector in a smaller scale, like Trauma Link, World Bank, Center for Injury Prevention and Research. They are doing some research and injury surveillance work, and also CRP. They are actually involved with the process for the rehabilitation and the paralysis. Next slide, please. Considering the situation, UN Road Safety Fund, UNRSF, supported Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of Bangladesh to strengthen the post-crash response initiatives. Okay, the project starts from the October 2021 and will end in this month at the end of March 2023. Next slide, please. So what is the project objective? So, as I already informed that in Bangladesh, we do not have any, government do not have any strategic cost reduction plan. So the main objective, overall objective is to develop some strategic and technical documents, like to develop a strategy and cost reduction plan. Then based on the strategy and cost reduction plan, to develop a protocols and training manuals for facility managers, stakeholders, first responders, volunteers, transporters, and primary healthcare providers. And based on those strategic and technical documents, a scalable model on pre-hospital care. And after end of the scalable model, the recommendations and actions for identified priorities for the future service expansion. Next slide, please. So what will be the expected outcome? As our government representative already mentioned that a strategy and costed action plan that is adopted by the government. A protocols and training manuals are available. A scalable model on pre-hospital care and recommendation on strengthening post-case response are made. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is the progress? So first of all, I wanted to inform that for developing these strategic and technical documents, WHO engaged 2 expert organizations with a competitive bidding process. Process from the beginning. After the receiving the fund of the non-communicable disease control program of Director General Health Services constituted a technical committee to review and validate all the activities for post-crash response. Experts from different organizations like ministries, members from police, members of fire brigade, and other stakeholders are the members of this of these activities. So the CIPRB, which was engaged WHO through a competitive bidding process, developed this strategy and costed action plan based on the opinions and suggestion of these member of the technical committees. So next slide, please. So similarly, Traumalink, another organization engaged by the WHO, they also developed the protocols and training manuals with the suggestion and comments from the member of the technical committee. Next slide, please. And based on the strategic and technical document, a piloting of a scalable model on pre-hospital care is right now continuing at the 10-kilometer national highway. So, as I already mentioned, that Traumalink similarly engaged for facilitating this piloting. You can see some pictures of the training. Okay, so a total 50 volunteers have been trained for the pre-hospital care, and they have been given all kinds of basic logistics and to provide the emergency first aid services. Okay, this model has been designed in alignment with the WHO emergency response care model. You see a billboard, you see a mini signboard at the highway displaying emergency hotline number. So if someone sees an accident and call this number, within 5 minutes, a trained volunteer will reach at the sites for providing the first aid, emergency first aid. Then immediately a notification will send to the stakeholders like fire service, police, or rescuers. And within 5 minutes, all the rescuers will reach the accident site, care site, and take the victims to the nearest primary healthcare facility. So these are the concepts, and these all are happening with the involvement of the local government and the local community. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so since we are trying to building the system that regarding this for government has formed a technical committee on post-crash response discussion and meeting among the members of the committee from different organization ministry like as I already mentioned, that member of the police, member of the fire services, member of local government, member of the Ministry of Transport and Bridges. All of the experts from the different organizations are member of this technical committee. So discussion and meeting among these members of the committee from different organizations will build a positive impact on strengthening post-crash response in Bangladesh. Next slide, please. So what are the challenges? So now I'm very near to the end of my presentation. So we have lots of challenges. The government have lots of challenges because to bring the major challenge is that to bring consensus among the wide range of the stakeholders. And one of the main challenges is the sustainability of the project. The sustainability of the project means how to incorporate this post-crash response systems into the government system. That means without any donor support, or without any donor support, how government can opt this into the national integrate into their national systems and into the national system, and also to make it sustainable for the future. So these are the major challenges, and our next plan is to make it sustainable within the government system. Also, government have program budget, lack of program budget. So next slide, please. So thank you very much. This is from our side, and we would like to thank Ministry of Health of Family Welfare of Bangladesh to implementing the project and to cover this global policies. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alam, for sharing that presentation with you. The work you've been doing and promoting together with the government is absolutely fabulous. Setting that up, a good post-crash response, and also a scalable model. And I think we can all realize and recognize the challenges that you face in making it sustainable and embedded within a program, a programmatic approach over the years within the government. I think those are the things that we need to think about as a community. But for now, I would just like to congratulate you on an amazing project and the importance of post-crash care and the 50 volunteers that you've recruited and trained to go to the crash site within 5 minutes, which is absolutely crucial. Amazing. I think to the audience, if you have a question for Dr. Alam, please put it in the Q&A. I'm sure there are a lot of people wanted to learn more about how you came about, and maybe they have some ideas on how to make it more sustainable or whatever. I think that would be great. I see some great recognition of your work there in the chat, so that's good. All right, fantastic. For now, we are going and leaving the Asia Pacific region, and we are moving all the way to Brazil. I think a very early morning to you. I'm not sure, but I can just guess. I see I see a nod. So good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us today. My apologies that we're running a little bit late, but great to see you and have you here. We will hear now from Renata Coelho, the Director General of DTRAN, PA, and Luis Miranda, the Traffic Advisor for the state of Pará in Brazil, about the UN Road Safety Fund project on strengthening road traffic enforcement. We're going to talk about enforcement, which is a crucial part in the system approach. So I think I'm going to give the floor first to the Director General, Renata Coelho.
Good morning, Flo. Thank you very much. Good morning, NECA and the United Road Safety team. I think that Dr. Renata will not be able to attend the meeting. I apologize for this. Sorry.
No problem. Then we're going to dive in straight into your presentation while we look at the desktop.
I would like to greet you from Brasilia for all participants.
Yes. Where are you based in Brazil?
In Brasilia.
In Brasilia. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Fantastic. We've been there with the what was it? The second ministerial conference?
Yes, I remember you to conference in Brazil in 2015.
Okay.
Good to meet you. Good to meet you again.
Good to meet you again, and thank you for hosting that. That was such an amazing stepping stone towards the new decade, and that was a really I got fond memories. So, but before we go into memories, let's go into the presentation and let's get back to it. The presentation is loaded. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Nineka and the all United Road Safety team. I'm Luis Miranda. Please, next slide. So the state of Pará is the second in area in Brazil. In our country, there are 27 states and, of course, 27 DTRAN, Traffic Department, DTRAN. DTRAN are responsible for registration of vehicles and the issuing of driving licenses. In this slide, these are numbers for 2022 in Pará state of the vehicle fleet registered and the driving license issued by DTRAN, Pará. And the road traffic management system is coordinated by State Traffic Council, CTRAN, and include the TRAN, 65 municipal traffic agencies and military police. Next, please. So this is the structure of the Brazilian project. At the regional level, we have the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, in Santiago, Chile. And in the local level, we have 4 partners: Aspamoto, CETRAN, Military Police, and Civil Police, 4 partners important in the project. Next, please. So, in order to improve the technical and the operational capacity of traffic officers, the project delivered the following activities. 1, data analysis commissions. 2, training for traffic officer sessions based on high visibility enforcement concepts and the random breath testing methodology, RBT. Stage 3, state protocol for road traffic enforcement operation, and 4, training of trainee workshops. Next, please. Here in this short video, you can see a moment of a practical activity as part of the training session. Please, next, the video. A short video. Oh, I'm sorry for the legend. That's number 9, the training for traffic officer in Belém City.
Treinamento é a capacitação que a gente tem recebido, né, agregando informações, dados estatísticos, dados mesmo coletados pelas autoridades de trânsito e referências mundiais, né, sobre fiscalização.
Is activity for random breath testing. Okay, next, please. Okay, thank you. In this table, we highlight only the RBT operation as part of the training sessions conducted during 14 training sessions. Note that all drivers were submitted to the tests. In compare with 2019, in 2019, only one driver was submitted for 4 drivers that were checked. An important highlight referred to the refusal rate to submit to the test. We have reduced this rate with the new methodology that includes 2 traffic officers for each vehicle. The driver did not step out of the vehicle to submit the test, and select equipment used properly to ensure the safety of traffic officer and the road use at all times, etc. Next, please. So these were the key indicators of the project. So the increase in the number of tests carried out was significant. Consider the baseline to 2019 when compared to 2019. The available mortality data rate are for 2021 and are still preliminary. The Ministry of Health has not yet published the final data. Next, please. So as main result, we highlight operational procedures based on high visibility enforcement concepts, drink and drive enforcement based on random breath test RBT. Here, the RBT is from Victoria Police Australia as a reference. The state protocol establishes the guidelines and the procedure that must be adopted by traffic officers. And a draft is a new highlight, a new result. A draft bill created the professional career for road traffic officer in the state of Pará. Next, please. As a complement, the project has been presented in the Adelaide conference in November, December 2022. And the first video in the picture left, the first video about the project was awarded with the bronze short video category at the 8th International Safety Media Award 2022. Next, please. Finalizing as learning outcomes and the conclusion, we have many points, but we'd like to highlight especially that the training and the capacity building for traffic officers should consider at least this recommendation by the resolution, the United Nations General Assembly resolution. This is an opportunity data for strengthen institutional capacity through adequate training and capacity building, etc., etc. The second point, the enforcement operation should be high visible. The three support of the government and civil society were, for us, key components to the successful completion of the project. And finally, I would like to highlight the importance of the visibility of a project related to the United Nations Road Safety Fund logo. The visibility, this logo, increases the level of confidence of the traffic officers. They were felt very motivated in knowing that they were disseminating the fund messages. Very impacting. And here, the 4 pictures to resume, summarize the success of the Brasilia project. Planning, next. Next. Enforcement, next. Monitoring and evaluation, and the last one, enforcement, with a special team, women traffic off. Thank you very much.
Absolutely amazing, Luis, for sharing that fantastic project. And it's so impressive to see the overall of the traffic enforcement system and in the state of Pará. I think that's absolutely an amazing piece of work and a great example. And how wonderful it is that just by having the support of the UN Road Safety Fund, that logo and adding credibility and authenticity to the project, and that kind of encourage the traffic police to be part of this project. Absolutely brilliant. So right now, people, we are going, this was our last presentation. We had 4 amazing presentations and speakers and 4 different showcases of the impact that people are making around the world with the support of the fund. And it's, I think it's absolutely been a pleasure. But now we're going into the interactive bit, which is a moderated discussion. So I am going to welcome Helena Sentiri from Mozambique UN Habitat. I would like to welcome back Jane Akumu, Program Management Officer from UNEP. We would like to welcome back Dr. Alam, and of course, Miranda, who we just saw. And we, yep, there they are. I would like to ask you all to also to start your video. Thank you everybody. Thank you so much for being with us and staying here today. So the fund project manager and government focal points we have heard from, who are you? I just want to give you a little bit of update, but the fund is currently financing 36 projects in 46 countries across 5 regions. And as you know, we recently, the fund has recently issued calls for proposals So every bit about that, the call for proposals, the most recent one will close on the 3rd of April. 3rd of April 2023. So before that, the fund is welcoming new proposals. And who knows, maybe you will be here with us next year presenting your program and your project and the impact that you're making with the help of the UN Road Safety Fund. So please take that opportunity to send us your proposals. We now move on to deepen the discussion to hear more about ideas and experiences that can be replicated or scaled up to help us meet our SDG targets of halving the number of global deaths and injuries and providing access to safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable transport systems for all. So we are going to start with a couple of questions. We also had questions from the audience, but let me start off with the first question to Elena. Can I ask you, Elena, to respond to one of these questions that I have here in front of me? Which best practices work for you when it comes to achieving sustainable and inclusive transport systems? What is something that you would like to share about that?
Thank you very much for the question. I think it's very important because when we talk about sustainability, sustainability is not only related to environment, but also to socioeconomic aspects. And I think the key is inclusiveness, as you were also mentioning. That is to include all the group of population when you plan and also in decision making. This is crucial. To include everyone in the decision-making processes in order to ensure sustainability of interventions. And it's a bit what I was explaining earlier regarding the inclusiveness of children. And another very important issue, I think, it's institutional coordination. This is very important, especially here in Maputo, where I'm currently based, and where we are also working with this project, because it can be considered as a metropolitan area, but the metropolitan is not institutionalized as a metropolitan area. But all the intervention we have demonstrate daily that municipalities need to coordinate better to achieve better results and tackle challenges in a more sustainable way, but also that a vertical coordination is very needed, like from the national government to municipalities. And we think that this is the key to solve a bit these challenges. So maybe the third and last point I can mention is innovation and technology. That is what I was mentioning during my presentation, that allows to engage young people and vulnerable people, but also to find innovative solutions that sometimes are seed solutions, if we can tell this. But that can trigger a very huge impact.
Can you give us one concrete example, tangible example that you do to include children and young people? So what is it like? What is it that you do exactly?
So yeah, thank you for this. We have many examples, but some in decision making, and I was saying, and another one in general awareness raising initiatives. So decision making one, for example, as I was saying, we include children when we plan things. Like we teach them to use planning instruments, and they design their own places, like public spaces or roads. And then usually when we have events with the mayors of the cities, we include children. So children are there and they are able to talk with decision makers. And this is very powerful because they feel listened. And also the decision makers change their perspective and start to think at, for example, in this case, a child-friendly city, we can say.
Yeah, amazing. That's such a great example. Thank you for sharing that. Jane, let me get over to you. What is the lessons that you can share of working in that public-private civil society partnership that Dr. Martin also explained to scale up that impact that you have? How do you work together?
Definitely, partnerships are quite important when it comes to, engaging and trying to implement activities. For us, maybe just to give the example of the safer and cleaner vehicles that we've just implemented, phase 1, which we're also going to implement. we have engaged with the governments who are actually critical when it comes to, developing policies, passing policies, and as you've had, the enforcement of those policies. So you need the government stakeholders, you need the private sector when it comes to also enforcing. And for us, what we also see is that a lot of the used vehicles are actually imported by the private sector, by the public. So we need to engage with the private sector because their companies are the ones that actually do the import of these vehicles. So they need to be on board to know that, whatever regulations that you're actually putting in place will, they are cost effective and the benefits of those. And finally, the civil society, we've also worked with the civil society for communication, especially, and awareness and public outreach. We've worked with the international civil society, like the FIA Region 1, to do a lot of the communications materials. We've worked with regional and local NGOs to build capacity, to support some of the engagements that we've been, that we've coordinated. And I must also say that we've also worked with the universities. A lot of the research data that we used for our reports, we worked with the academia. So I think you need a whole sort of spectra. And when I talk about government agencies, it's various ministries, not just one ministry, because when you talk of, for us, like the cleaner, safer used vehicles, you're talking about the Ministry of Finance, Environment, Transport. And as NECA said, you need the systems approach that brings, almost all the stakeholders together. So that's what I would say, yeah.
Absolutely, that's a brilliant answer to that question. Yes, we need, road safety is everybody's business, isn't it? And we need all stakeholders involved. That is probably something, Dr. Alam, in Bangladesh, you can probably relate to in your project. You have involved volunteers, civil society, hospitals. Could you explain a little bit more about how did you bring everybody together around the table?
So thank you for the question. So this is the big challenge we have faced earlier in starting the project. So look, as we already mentioned in my presentation, that few private organizations already did some work in a smaller scale, but civil society organization was able to innovate new ideas by their own. If this is a good way, this is a good practice, we appreciate, but that administration can be done in a very small scale. So if you want to scale it up in a wider area, you need to enter it into the government system, because they have the reach and the strength. So to scale up, and according to country perspective, we need to incorporate it in the government system. First, these things government, we advocate government to think of this. Then after a series of discussions and meeting among the stakeholders, then the government has decided to, okay, so let's make a national technical committee involving all the experts to make the consensus. And this is very difficult. This is very challenging. This was very challenging in our country perspective. So but after involving all the stakeholders in the technical committee, they have started enjoying the work. And in the meeting, everyone delivered their own thoughts and incorporate their inputs in the strategic and technical documents. Even though the few days back, the training has been completed with the 50 volunteers, and all the local stakeholders, and include the national stakeholders like additional DIG of the police, representative of the fire service, were present on that service launching event because of their interest. Now they are started to think how to integrate, how to scale this up. So this is our main target, and our next plan is to sustain, how to make this sustain in the government system. So yes, from the first it was challenging, but now it seems more easier to our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alam, for sharing that. Now I'm going to Luis, to Brazil. Dr. Alam just shared with us a story about training and scaling up and make it sustainable. I can imagine that you handling the enforcement that you're also looking into innovative and smart solutions to train these traffic police people and how you monitor and evaluate. Can you elaborate a little bit more about how you're tackling that in the state of Peru?
Well, we believe that all innovative smart solution, etc. First one should be in convergence with the new urban agenda, and so in convergence with the SDG targets, especially 3.6 and 11.2. And in the point two, this solution should be focused on inclusive and sustainable public transport, revitalization of urban spaces, ensuring accessibility, making them more friendly and inclusive for pedestrians and cyclists, people with disability, and the elderly. All the points coming up is important to consider is electromobility and connectivity, automated driving concept, and finally the current discussion about the concept of smart cities and information and the communication technology can contribute to achieving the SDG targets. This new approach may constitute opportunities. I think so that we believe the United Nations Safety Fund, through engagement strategy, could include in the future calls for proposal and perhaps promote the adhesion and inclusion of new partners and donors. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that, Luis. And yes, we need to work in on that city level and work together. Now we have a question from the audience from Sumira Nazir, Pakistan, that is targeted to Elena. So Elena, this is the question from Sumira, and Sumira is wondering how many cities are engaged in the Reclaiming Streets project. How wide do you go? And how do you, and then a question for me is maybe a follow-up question is, how do you let these cities, learn from each other, and how do they work together?
Thank you very much. So actually we have 12 cities benefiting from the project. We have around 5 in Kenya and 3 in Ethiopia, and one in Rwanda, 1 in Guinea, and 3 in Mozambique. The interesting part about in Mozambique and also in our context, in our countries, at the beginning of the project, we only had 1 city, and now we are covering 3. And it's maybe an example of the scaling up potential of the project. But it's very interesting because after other cities like requested to have collaboration. How we do to strengthen collaboration? We organized some seminars where all the cities could share experience. That is the most important part. And also through our headquarters is very interesting because we are sharing some best practices in concrete, like concrete best practices that we succeeded to replicate in the other cities, like depending on the context. And we did also this exercise at national level here in Mozambique. So as I was mentioning, every year we organize as multi-partners, we organize the Sustainable Mobility Week. And in the main event was very interesting to include all the municipalities benefiting from the project, but also from outside, because they have very different background. For example, Kimani City is a city mainly based on cycling. We have cycling taxis, for example, by bike, but it's very unique as a thing. While cities like Matola or Maputo are much more car-centered. Obviously, the challenges and also the configuration of the cities are different, but it's very interesting to see how one city can learn from the other.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's great that there is another city in the world that have taxi bikes as the Dutch. I know I'm a Dutch, but I love my bikes. So I think it's absolutely great. And talking about UN Week or a UN Sustainability Week, or what Sustainability Week, what was that you mentioned?
Mobility Sustainable Week.
So there is a UN.
Week, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. There is a global UN Road Safety Week coming up in May with the theme Rethink Mobility. And that's exactly also about reclaiming the streets and promoting walking and cycling. So that's another angle that could help promote our work. And I think it's especially very interesting for your project that you're dealing with, Elena. So if you want to know more about the UN Week, it's unroadsafetyweek.org, and then you will go to the WHO website with all the information. All right, great. I have another. I hope, Samira, that answered the question that you had. I am going now to Jane. Jane, I have another question, and this one is for you. Since the number of used vehicles to low-income countries is expected to rise in the coming years, what role does standardized training for commercial drivers play in reducing emissions? From Jason Finch.
Yes, thank you. Maybe just to, one step back about, the number of used vehicles increasing. We see this as an opportunity, for the developed or the global south to shift to cleaner, more innovative, vehicles. For example, as I mentioned, we need to have targeted approach, good standards, but it is also an opportunity. We are not for advocating a ban on used vehicles. We're just advocating how do we ensure that the vehicles being imported in the global south are safer, are cleaner, and it's also an opportunity to leapfrog to one of the latest technologies for most of these countries that are importing used vehicles, as opposed to some of the countries that have local production, which will take time. So it is an opportunity, but we need some minimum standard regulation. On the other hand, definitely yes, we need to have. We see, especially for the heavy duty vehicles, you looked at that angle. Heavy duty vehicles, these are trucks, buses. They are a smaller component when you look at the vehicle fleet, but contributing a lot when it comes to road accidents, fatalities, pollution as well. They are one of the high emitting segments. So definitely we've been doing trainings, and we've been supporting trainings in the countries on eco driving, which combines both emissions and safe driving, but also looking at how other things like how long does a driver drive or stay on the road. So there are, I think, very many complementarities when it comes to ensuring and carrying out this training, right from the kind of car or vehicle that is being imported or in use, how to use it, as efficiently and safely as possible, and what other, parameters are, are contributing to road fatalities. As I mentioned, the time, the drivers are on the road, so it brings in a lot, and this is something that we'd also want to partner with many more of the partners who are here on bringing all these angles together. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I hope, Jason, that answered your question. I think it surely did. So I have also a question for Luis from the audience, from halve. Luis from Brazil, how are you harnessing the efforts of the traffic police, military police, and municipal police without conflicts? What are their operating parameters to avoid duplications?
Please, the question, could you repeat, please? Sorry.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Here we go. I'll repeat it from halve. Dear Luis, how are you harnessing the efforts of the traffic police, the military police, and the municipal police without conflicts? What are their operating parameters to avoid duplication? So I can imagine there are different police corps at different levels. How are they working together, and how do you make sure that they are not duplicating efforts, and learn from each other and work together in a harmonious way?
Well, yes, military police, federal highway police, municipal police, all have specific competencies to road management traffic. But it's possible to work together by celebrating an instrument and protocol to objectively to agree more capacity to apply the enforcement action. It's possible, yes, yeah. Military police, municipal police, and the civil police. It's possible to working together.
Okay, great. I hope that that's answered your question. I got feedback from Jason, who said, Jane, thank you very much for your response. So that's good. So I think he's happy. Great. Now, Dr. Watin, I think there's another question for you here from the audience. What are some of the main challenges that you faced especially in monitoring and evaluating such a complicated topic around post-crash care? So how do you monitor and evaluate that? How do you measure that? How do you follow that progress?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. And as you already mentioned, that this is a very critical work. So we have a monitoring plan, but we need to rethink. And again, every week government rethinks how to evaluate and how to monitor that. So far we have a monitoring dashboard that how this works. And after the ending of the project, then government and we decide how to when we think to scale this, when government think to scale this up, then government might think for building a permanent monitoring tools or permanent monitoring evaluation tools. So right now we are monitoring that in a small scale through our own tools. So that's it.
Excellent. Excellent. I know that part of the UNRSF Safety Fund proposal process, this is an important element that people need to explain how they would like to monitor and explain how they want to measure their impact. So having some sort of a log frame or some sort of thing, I think that's very, very helpful. And I think many projects have that in place, which will make us able to learn and tweak and adapt and make impact and measure impact, which is really, really important, as resources are little, in comparison to the problem that we face. We need to make sure that we are using that evidence-based approach, which I think these 4 cases that we have in front of us have shown. So I think that's good. I have maybe a question. Now we talk about proposals. I'm going to get and ask Neneke, the head of the UNRSF Safety Fund, to join the panelists for a little bit, if she is around. Yeah, there she is. Hey, Neneke. So we have many questions here from the audience about proposal submissions. So the question to you is, I see the proposal submission is open from 6 February to the 3rd of April. How do we submit our proposals for funding? And is there a template or a link for submission of proposals? So I think this is a very practical question. People are excited. They want to be part of this. They want to apply for the funding. Now, how do we do that?
Thank you very much, Fleur, and thank you for all the interest in supporting the work that the fund is doing. So to the question about the call for proposals, as you all probably have seen and know, the fund is a group of partners, road safety experts that are supporting directly governments on strengthening their road safety systems in different aspects. It depends on what the government priorities are. And so we heard from some of the government officials in terms of what those priorities are and how we are then responding to those needs. So for this call, we again are letting our partners know. So these are people who have officially joined our partnership as our first point of call to provide this assistance. But this is just the core group. We have beyond the core group a much wider network of stakeholders, as we heard from Jane and we saw in the other projects from Luis and Elena, that it's not just the core group of UN partners and civil society organizations. But that being said, you do need to reach out to the core partners to let them know what are some of the government priorities that you're aware of, what are some of the government needs that you're aware of that you think your organization, your entity would be able to provide a solution on, some targeted support on. If you go to our website under projects, there is a list of the different core partners of the fund. You will see in excess of 10 UN partners. You will see 5 civil society partners, including the one that Fleur heads will be listed there. And they have detailed information about how you can contact them to discuss whether or not you could collaborate on a partnership, a project proposal, and submit that through to us for consideration. I think going to the website is probably going to be most helpful because there's a lot of details there. And hopefully that answers the questions on the call.
I think so. Neneke, do you have maybe one final advice or tips for the people who consider considering sending their application? Is there like one tip or advice that you would give everybody to help them be successful?
Yes. Well, lots of tips, but I think a couple of the key ones is that just to remember what the mandate and the focus of the fund is. We're about strengthening national road safety systems, whether it's at the national level or the municipal level, like what Elena is doing. And we have a whole framework document in terms of what that means. I mean, many people, you're experts, you know what that means already, but we're talking about, you know, the vehicle safety pillar, which Jane was talking to. We're talking about the road user enforcement, you know, pillar, which Luis and Elena were speaking to. We're talking about the post-crash care pillar that Dr. Alam was speaking to. There's also a pillar around how do we support on the governance and the institutional strengthening and the data collection aspects as well. And then there's finally a pillar about road design. And so we have partners like, you know, UNDP and IRAP who are, and IRF who are providing some strong support on that. They're actually now in Tanzania doing some amazing work in terms of looking at star rating for roads there and getting those standards up in Tanzania. So these are the key areas of focus for what we're trying to do. So that's a tip. The second one is that what we are providing in terms of our value add as a fund and our partnership is really how do we support on improving and strengthening the legislation? How are we looking at how education is taken care of? How are we looking at you know, use of technology? I saw Vuvu putting a thing in the chat. You know, how do we use technology to strengthen these road safety systems? And then there's also this critical area of enforcement, which is, you know, Luis was talking quite a bit about that. So how do we give them some good, you know, advice and training and support on strengthening the enforcement aspects in the country? So these are some tips in terms of what we'd be looking for in the project. And the more that you can prove that you understand the problem, so the benchmark of the problem, and how you intend to support the government to move the needle on that, I mean, that would just be a winning proposal for me. If we can really see that investing in the project would be worthwhile for everyone.
Great advice, great tips from Neneke. Thank you so much for explaining that. I think the audience was very happy with the information that you just provided. Let's go back to our panelists for a little bit longer. Elena, I have maybe let's get back to you. So, you know, the funds provided by the UN Safety Fund are, in comparison to the problem that we're facing, very small amounts. How do you use it to leverage other partners and bigger action and good results? So how do you see that? And is that happening in your program or in the near future?
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting question, and it's so true. Actually, me and Nika wrote an article recently, and it was also regarding this. But it's very important also to leverage initiatives because the need of funds for road safety globally, not only in Mozambique, is huge. It's very considerable. And that what your road safety fund is receiving is not enough, obviously, to tackle this. So I think the key is, as we're saying also now, is the global partnerships, but especially the kind of work I think we are doing in Mozambique is interesting because there are many partners working on this, and the key that we are seeing to leverage these funds, etc., is really to work in a coordinated way and in multi-partner activities. So in this way, first of all, you can ensure sustainability in the sense that you avoid the overlapping of efforts. And second of all, you create synergies. That means that if you work in a coordinated way, and actually we had a meeting with the Minister of Transport 1 month ago, and he is very firm regarding this. Like he's really keen to have a coordinated response among partners. So I think the key is that if we really work together, we can succeed to put together all the efforts, the expertise we have, the funds that agencies are receiving and that implement, and so to have a better impact. I think this is one of the key issues.
Is there a lead agency within the country that takes control? Because if you want to coordinate and have a joint approach, is that and what I hear from you is that you have that political commitment from the highest level of decision making from the minister.
Yeah, so from talking about related to the government, the lead is the Ministry of Transport and Communication. For partners, there is not a specific lead, but we have a mobility partner expert group meeting and a partner group that was led by the World Bank, if I'm not wrong, and that met we used to meet with all the partners, and now at local level we have also, for example, the transport agency of Maputo metropolitan area that organize monthly meeting with all the stakeholders together. So the idea is we don't have a specific leader, but we have many platforms that are going on and that are crucial, because even I remember in December, we discovered that the World Bank was doing exactly our same project in a specific area. So we sat down together and we understood how to align. And now practically with all the funds we have, we're benefiting two different areas instead of overlapping in the same area. So
That's a great example of creating a partnership and finding out that, hey, we're doing the same things. Why don't we combine our efforts and help each other? I think that's a great example. Dr. Batin, let me get back to you and ask you that question as well. How are you leveraging the small amount that you get from the UNRWA Safety Fund into, in scaling up? Do you see any potential? Because you explained to us that that's going to be kind of your next challenge. How can the fund maybe support you in that?
Thank you very much for this question. So every question is critical from our perspective, because our country do not have any structured system. So yes, these we are thinking, we are continuously, especially government is continuously thinking. So how to leverage this fund with the government fund, or government has just started thinking to make to create additional fund for the road safety, especially for the post-crash response. So that will be the main positive impact what we observe so far. And about the leverage, actually we do not since the project is yet not been ended. So we do not actually yet not planned. So how to leverage this? But yes, definitely government started to thinking, and we have also advocating this among the stakeholders. So how to leverage this fund, or how to expand this fund, and how to integrate this into the government system. Since I have told that our main challenge is to remain sustainable, to maintain the sustainability into the government system. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your answer. I am going back to Jane. We're going back to Africa. I think, Jane, you're based in Kenya, right? In your beautiful UN campus, which I enjoyed very much visiting. I have a question for you from the audience, from a hub. Customs duty structure, it's a long one, so stay with me. Customs duty structures for brand new vehicles are high in most African countries. And as a result, not many people can afford to pay for a new vehicle. Hence, going for the second-hand vehicles, which apparently are not fit to be on the road mechanically or from the emission point of view. What best practices can be recommended for governments to deter the importation of used vehicles? Do you recognize that, what Ahab is saying?
Yes. Definitely, there's been that argument that used vehicles, the older used vehicles that are being imported, they're cheaper than brand new vehicles because of the taxation elements, and that's what the question links to. And in reality, yes. And what we've been doing, I would say, are two things. The first is to have a total cost of, total cost of ownership to show, to have some analysis, because an old vehicle is also very expensive to run, to maintain. It's not fuel efficient. A lot of times in some of the countries that we've gone to, we found that some of the very old vehicles being imported, even the spare parts are not there because their production has actually stopped. So even the spare parts have to be imported used, another safety and hazard. So we've been, if you show people that definitely this is in the long run going to be more expensive, and provide options, because for Africa, the issue is options. And the option is, have very good, safe walking, cycling facilities for people and good mass transport. If you have those options, then the need for importing very old used vehicles, is not there. So that's one of the strategies. The other strategy I would say is to work with the governments to sort of like shift or look at the taxation system, because in a lot of the countries we've worked and analyzed the data with the governments themselves. We find that newer vehicles are taxed more rather than the older vehicles being taxed more. You want to incentivize newer vehicles, but not just newer vehicles, newer, more safer, more cleaner vehicles, because some of the newer vehicles also are not safe. They have no emission technologies, they have no safety features as well. So, for example, we've worked with Mauritius to look at the taxation system that actually incentivizes newer, cleaner, safer vehicles. And what Mauritius did is that they introduced something that is called a fee-based system. It taxes cleaner vehicles and more efficient vehicles less. Actually, it offers a rebate, sort of like a tax refund, and taxes those inefficient vehicles that are not cleaner, that are not safer more. And over time, actually, the government was losing money because people were preferring the safer vehicles and more efficient vehicles. The government had to reduce or relook at the threshold. They were still losing money, but they had already served the purpose. If you look at the kind of vehicles coming into Mauritius, they are quite clean, they are quite efficient, they are safe, and so the taxation can also, serve that purpose. So those are the two strategies I would say.
Amazing. That's great. Thanks for sharing those two strategies. I hope Halve is happy with that answer. So if we have any other questions from the audience, keep them coming in. We'll have a few more minutes with the panelists before we're going to conclude. So if you have a question, don't be shy, put it in the Q&A section, and then who knows, your question will be asked to this amazing panel. Maybe Lewis, maybe your video is down, so I hope you're still there. I would like to ask you another question that I have here. What is some of the best ways, for other road safety actors to partner on project with the UN Road Safety Fund participating organization we presented today? So what is the best way for other road safety actors to partner on the projects? Are you there, Louis? Maybe we've lost Louis. I don't know. I think we might have lost him. All right, then we just move on. No problem. No problem.
I'm happy to jump in, maybe just to say that we do have these things called stakeholder engagement strategies. So Luis, he works with the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, where they're a strong presence and partner for the fund in that region. So if you happen to be in that region, then it would be great if you could reach out to the UN ECLAC team, and we have their contact information on the engagement strategy, which is found also on our website, which was shared earlier. And this is the case also for, UN Environment Program, for all of our partners. There is a way that you can actually get a real person on an email so that you can have a proper discussion about how you could collaborate on a project.
Great. Thanks, Vaneka, for stepping in there. So I am checking the script if there are any new questions from the audience. It is not. All right. You know what? What I'm going to do now is let me ask the audience, the panelists. Maybe you would like to, maybe you have your top tips, like what would be your best advice from your project to the people that are tuning in today in regards of want to join and apply for the fund. What would be your best top tip for the people tuning in? Maybe let me start with you, Dr. Watin.
So thank you for the question. So from our perspective, so I will advise to bring consensus, to make consensus among the multi-stakeholder partners, because since road safety is a multi-sectoral approach, no one can individually implement anything. So bring the consensus among the multi-stakeholder might be the good practices. So far, I acknowledged. Thank you.
Okay. And what about you, Jane?
I would say, as Neka said, you really need to know what are the impacts, what are the outcomes of the project that you're planning, and then now move to the activity levels that will help you with that impact. So I think you really need to have a clear end goal. And with that, as already mentioned, I think a partnership, because you need various partners to actually be able to implement a good project. Yeah,
absolutely. And Elena?
Yeah, I think I agree with both of you actually, but I think, the idea is always to have very clear which are the objectives, but also very clear which is the context, like the geographical context, and also take advantage of the experience of the other partners. So always partner before doing this, because actually we have a lot to share, and it doesn't make sense to work alone. So everything, I think it's an added value when we work together.
Yes. And Luis, if you're here. Maybe not. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think this is, I see a lot of people in the chat asking about how they can get engaged. So that's why I think sharing your own experience and how you, from a recipient point of view, how the fund is operating, I think that's very valuable to share, and how that helps you making an impact on the ground. Let me ask you maybe one more question here on some of the technical support that you provide for your project, and into how do you do that. So maybe Jane, you have a very technical topic, vehicle standards. So how do you provide that kind of technical support to the government? I know capacity building is there made part of it, looking at it from a legal framework. So maybe you need the lawyers coming in and the experts on legislation. So how do you do that? How do you provide that kind of very technical support within your project?
I would say again, partnerships. The need to bring the various, key. Definitely, you will need the legislation that will be developed and approved. You will need, we have also partners, like I mentioned, CETA, that are actually quite good when it comes to vehicle inspection and monitoring, and coming up with a framework, inspection and compliance framework. So we also engage them. When it comes to communication, I think that's very, very key, because a lot of the solutions are already out there, but how do you communicate so that they are prioritized? So you need to also bring in a partner that will also be able to communicate. And I think what is also quite important is the regional, because for us, we wanted to scale up the impact, not just in 1 or 2 countries. And that's why we are looking at it from a regional angle. So, working with the regional bodies has also been quite critical for us to bring that scale up. So I think you need to bring in all these various, and of course within in-house, we have that capacity. We've been working on this issue for, many, many years, and in Africa as well. So I think that adds all of it together.
Yes. Building that expertise and the knowledge over the years that you gather and find, everything falls with good people, isn't it? Finding the right people and get them into the field and get them supported and get them going and contribute to the project over a longer period of time. I think that's good. All right, and maybe I think it's 12:38 in my time. So why don't we? Maybe for each panelist, just to conclude and to summarize, why don't you share your 3 key words linked to the impact of road safety to reach a safer, more livable future for all road users, including the most vulnerable? So what will be your 3 key words linked to the impact of road safety? What will be those 3 words for you? Dr. Watin, can I ask you what your 3 words are?
So from just thinking about that, what will be the best keywords for our country perspective that could be save lives, act faster, and build a sustainable system.
Save lives, act faster, and build a sustainable system. I like that. I like that a lot. Great. What about you, Lewis?
Sorry for connection problems.
No problem.
Well,
we all understand.
Well, be back. Three. Well, first one. Safe users is the main core for road safety initiatives. Second one, road safety save lives. And the last one, we need engagement, all partners, all government, all initiative to improve road safety. Thank you.
All right. Great messaging. That's good. Yes. Elena, what about you? What are your 3 key words?
So I think the first maybe group of words is inclusion and bottom-up approach. So, same meaning, but okay, different angles. But the second one is partnership. And the third one is scale up opportunities that can be combined or even alone. Something key, I think, is catching opportunities and scale up what you have.
Yeah. Inclusiveness, bottom approach, partnerships, scale up. Yes. And then Jane, what will be
Yes, and I see there was one question. I see there was a question on whether there is a continental policy on used vehicles and the implementation rate.
Why don't you take that one first? And the question is there a continental policy on used vehicles across Africa? And how is the implementation rate at national level? And then your 3 words.
Yes. So we've been working with various stakeholders actually to try and get a continental policy on used vehicles. And that's why we find it easier when you have sub-regional policies already agreed to now, work with the African Union, the UN Economic Commission for Africa to get to that continental level. So definitely, that's something that we are working towards. But so there isn't one as such. And then national level implementation is still very low. I would say it's still quite low, sadly. But now that the 2 regions or some sub-regions, which are massive, East Africa already before, DRC and South Sudan joined in, we had already worked with, and we'll be working with those 2 countries. So we're talking about 7 countries within Eastern Africa and 15 within Western Africa. So already that will be a big shift. In phase 2, we are working with the 16 Southern African countries and more, in the Central Africa. So I think we will be able to bring to the fold more countries into, having some at national level and Africa-wide. And then the 3 words, I don't know whether, I see everybody moving to phrases, not words. I would say one of the first one, I would say definitely, in addition to saving life, I would say improve life, because all this, when you're talking about road safety and all that, we're actually also talking of having a good life, a long, good life. I'd also maybe talk about cost effectiveness, because I see, a lot of the decisions actually follow money and follow costs. So cost effectiveness is actually something quite important, because if you really make drunk driving very punitive, or have, I think that's quite important. And inclusiveness, I think would be the other one. Yeah.
Very good, very good. Saving lives, improving lives, cost effectiveness, inclusiveness, some really good key stake words there. So I am going to thank the speakers and the panelists for being here today with us. Absolutely brilliant. Maybe we can all give them a round of applause with the emoticon for their time and efforts in preparing this, for being here today with us. Yes, there you go. You got all the claps and all the hands from everybody. And then we're gonna conclude. But first I'm gonna take a sip of water. I'm going to conclude and try to summarize the main highlights to be included in a knowledge kit, people. From this session, as you know, we've learned a lot from the presentation. We've learned a lot from the discussion. So there will be a knowledge kit coming out of this session, and that will be shared with you and with including all the presentations of today of this virtual open day of the UN Road Safety Fund, talking about impact. So summarizing, and bear with me, I think one of the key things that we've seen during the conversations and over the presentation is that what the UN Road Safety Fund is promoting is taking that safe system approach, right? Where we are looking at safer roads, safer road users, safer vehicles, post-crash response and enforcement. I think, that's how we want to take that approach. And we can do that only in a coordinated way. Road safety is everybody's business, and we need everybody involved. Private sector, public sector, civil society, young people, children, academia, everybody needs to be involved. We're taking that coordinated approach. What does help, and I think that's something that we all recognize, is that, and we saw some very fantastic, strong governmental representatives today who give that political commitment to move things forward and to give and to foster that kind of that momentum for and to change the road safety fatalities rates in their countries. I think that's absolutely crucial that we have the support from these high-level decision makers from the start, and I think that will give us and bring us a long way. I also heard coordination, horizontal but also vertical among governments. I think that's also a really good point that I would like to mention. We've heard about inclusiveness of all, that bottom-up approach, instead of developing legislation and dropping legislation on the people. I think it's really important, and that's something that we've seen and heard, that people are part of the decision-making process, and that all stakeholders are involved in that journey that we take towards the answer, and that they can have an influence on the policies that affects them. Having that meaningful engagement with civil society, with children, with young people, will make it more sustainable and probably your policies more effective. So I think that's something that I take away from that as well. Multi-stakeholder support, we had that as well. We talked about leveraging the funding that you get. How do you use that to scale up and to make it sustainable? Some people have already made progress in that. Some people are still challenging with that. I think this is so difficult, but making that cost-effective business case behind road safety will help you leveraging the funds that you get. I think that's one of the things that we need to do is explain how the work that we do and the impact that we make is going to benefit society economically and from a humanitarian point of view. I think that's another point that I take away from this session as well. The importance of scaling up. We've heard the examples from around the world where You know, we start off with, for example, in Bangladesh with 50 people now. How do we replicate this? How do we make this even bigger? How do we do that? Going from one city to 12 cities that Elena shared, I think that's what we want. We need to scale up. We need to have action, and I think that's something that we all inspire and aspire. Now, I feel like I touched on pretty much a lot of things. Now, I'm going to ask Nneka to join me for this last bit. Nneka, what are some of do you recognize a few things in my summary, or am I missing out some of the most important points, or?
Laura, I think you did a brilliant job summarizing and highlighting the key aspects and takeaways from the session. I really wouldn't add to it. I'm happy to take the floor back just to walk people through what happens for the second session, but just let me know when you're finished.
All right, absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Well, then, you know what? I will finish. I am going to thank, on behalf of me, all the participants. I would like to congratulate again the speakers for a very lively, informative discussion, and I would like to thank the UN Road Safety Fund for giving me the opportunity to be your moderator of today. It really been a pleasure to work with the team. I need to thank, by the way, your team, Nneka, absolutely brilliant on the back end there in supporting me. As you might know, these kind of things work with a WhatsApp channel here and a script there, and the people are typing in, and it's really a team effort here. And I want to thank you for the support and for giving me the opportunity to be here today with you. It's been an absolute pleasure. And now I would like to hand over to you, Nneka, for the closing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Flora, and thank you so much to all the speakers. This has been brilliant. This is exactly for our first open day, the level of ambition we had, that we would bring you all together so that we could all learn as partners, as beneficiaries, as donors, as government officials, and just people who are interested to understand what is happening at the UN on road safety, for us to have this exchange and to learn from each other. So, with that, we have come to the end of the first part of the UN Road Safety Fund Open Day event. And again, I want to thank all, the esteemed moderator. Flora, you did a brilliant job bringing some dynamism to this conversation, thanking all the speakers from across the globe, literally, and thanking all the participants for joining us today. Your presence, your active participation on the chat, it really has made this exchange a successful one, a very inspiring one, I would say, too, as well. We already knew coming into this that investing in strengthening road safety systems is definitely the way to go. It's proven as the way to go to reduce crashes and deaths and injuries. And we also know that we need this collaboration that we spoke about, intergovernmental, multi-stakeholder, all of it. But what I think was the biggest takeaway for me is really that there is progress being made. These things do not happen overnight, but there is already some impact that we're reporting on, that we're seeing the government engagement, and all these are the right things that we need to see those road crashes reduced, particularly if we want to have a good story to tell by 2030. So on this note, I want to invite us to take an hour break, an hour and 10 minutes break from the screens, before returning to the second part of the open day, where we will talk about our lessons learned on road safety financing from the fund perspective. So please use the same link that you had before. Return here in about an hour at 2 p.m. Central European Time. And just to already flag that we do have the closed caption feature, where you can read through the comments and exchanges in the language that you are more comfortable using. So then also when you're sharing a question in whatever language you choose, we can then have that responded to, and then you will see the response in the language that you prefer to use. So with that, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. This has been great, and looking forward to seeing you in the afternoon. So team, just looking for a signal from you that we can have an on-time start. It's now 2 p.m.
Yes, that should be fine. We're still waiting for Dudley from UNDP to join us, but he's a little bit later in the program, so I think we're all good.
So with this, it's now 2 p.m. exactly, Central European time. Welcome back to the second part of the UN Road Safety Fund Open Day, virtual Open Day event. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. This second part of the event, it will be focused on a discussion and exchanges on road safety financing from the UN Road Safety Fund perspective. My name is Anika Henry, and I head the Secretariat of the UN Road Safety Fund. The Open Day is our virtual platform for engaging with governments, project partners, and donors involved in our road safety projects. And this second part of the day, for the next 3 hours, we'll be discussing road safety financing, which is a critical issue, as many of you know. And unfortunately, many countries are struggling to finance the necessary measures to enforce the safety of their roads for their citizens and their tourists as well. And that's why it's so important that we're here today to discuss some of the various road safety financing options that are available, the progress that has been made in this area. And to this end, we'll be hearing from experts in the field, discussing innovative financing solutions and exploring ways to work together to secure funding, more funding towards this important issue. With this, it is my great pleasure to now hand the moderation of the event over to Mr. Dimitri Mariasin, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Europe, and is also a member of the UN Road Safety Fund Steering Committee. Dimitri, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anika. And it's my great pleasure to be moderating this afternoon session. Let's talk financing. So let's talk financing. And maybe I'll start by saying that the magnitude of the problem that the world is facing in terms of both deaths and injuries from traffic accidents, is not matched by the magnitude of financing that is required. We know that low-income countries lose up to 5% of their gross domestic product associated with road fatalities and injuries, and yet nowhere near this figure is the allocation in domestic budgets or the international financial institution support, and we need to work on a pathway to scale up. What the Road Safety Fund has been doing as a pooled mechanism within the UN is showcasing that there are practical solutions that with funding and financing can work and lead to specific outcomes in countries most affected by traffic fatalities and injuries. And it's our ambition to make sure that the fund grows, becomes really a blueprint for scaled up funding and financing for road safety going forward. And honestly, this is what we need to do if we are to have any chance of halving the number of deaths by 2030. That is the Sustainable Development Goal target 3.6. Currently, we are off track, both in terms of measures taken by different stakeholders and in terms of financing. And yet we have champions. We have people who have seen the importance of the issue, who have early on invested, and who have really been driving change as sponsors, as donors, as innovators in this field. We have a number of them joining us today, and it will be my great pleasure to introduce them all a little later. But first, I'd like to ask the team to play a video from Dr. Hanan Morsi, my peer, my good friend, the Deputy Executive Secretary from UN Economic Commission for Africa. We have asked her to speak here at the beginning of the session for two reasons. First, Africa is a region of the world where countries need a lot of help and where many deaths and injuries occur, affecting the sustainability of the African countries' economies and societies probably to the greatest degree globally, especially affecting young people. Africa is also a place where the UN, and specifically ECA, which Dr. Hanan Morsi represents, has partnered very effectively with the financing world, including with international financial institutions, and importantly, with finance ministers. So our hope is that it's going to be in Africa where we can also pilot some of the most progressive and interesting models of financing for road safety. With this, over to Dr. Morsi.
Let me start by commending the United Nations Road Safety Fund for organizing this event to exchange views on road safety projects and financing. The issues being discussed today are particularly relevant for Africa. In this regard, inadequate financing is one of the reasons why road traffic deaths and injuries are disproportionately higher on the continent than other regions of the world. It's troubling that over 300,000 people die from road crashes every year in Africa. The road traffic fatality rate in Africa is as high as almost 27 deaths per 1,000 inhabitants, compared to 17 in Southeast Asia and 9 in Europe, and the world average of 17.5. The carnage on Africa's road is not only tragic for those affected, but also places an enormous economic burden on countries, costing up to 5% of their GDP. Addressing this problem merits serious attention from governments. Yet, funding for road safety in Africa is characterized by an overdependence on support from development partners. While external support is commended, more must be done to mobilize internal resources. Many lead road safety agencies on the continent are not funded through national budgets. As a result, financing gaps as a result of these financing gaps, road safety strategies are systematically not implemented. It's encouraging that some African countries, such as Ethiopia, Cameroon, and Ghana, are allocating resources from national road funds to road safety. More countries are encouraged to emulate this practice. This is important, as saving lives on the country's roads is primarily the responsibility of governments. As such, they are expected to take the lead in funding road safety. I encourage countries to explore the creation of road accident funds. Resources for such funds could be generated from various sources, including fuel levies, insurance levies, road tolls, vehicle registration, inspection and licensing, as well as revenues from traffic fines. There is also scope for private sector funding of road safety. Indeed, road safety provides opportunities for impact investments. For instance, investing in vehicle inspection centers will improve the roadworthiness of vehicles on one hand and generate profits for investors on the other. Let me end by acknowledging the impact of the UN Road Safety Fund in Africa. The fund has enabled ECA, working with partners, to implement projects aimed at improving the road safety of road infrastructure, strengthening data management, and introducing UN standards for helmets in Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda, respectively. To date, over $1 million have been committed by the fund to road safety projects in Africa through ECA and other UN agencies. This is indeed commendable, though not enough given the scale of the road safety challenge in Africa. I assure you of ECA's commitment to the fund and to working with African countries and other stakeholders to develop high-quality proposals for projects to be implemented on the continent. Thank you for your attention.
We are very thankful to Dr. Morsi for taking the time to send this video, which indeed summarized a number of key trends, and the key message is very clear. The funding and financing for road safety is and should be in the hands of national governments. And it's especially important for us to be looking at models of action at national level, where national road safety agencies and other key stakeholders can take the lead and can be supported to lead not empty-handed, can be supported to lead with proven models of action and proven models of financing, but also reliable and predictable budget allocations. We had really hoped that Awa Sarr, the Director of Road Safety Promotion and Communication from the National Road Safety Agency in Senegal, could join us online, but connection issues are preventing for a real-time connection. That's why it's another video. Senegal has been a lot in the news recently, and unfortunately for bad reasons related to crashes and fatalities on the road. And I believe Senegal is one of the countries that is prioritizing funding and financing for road safety today, given this unfortunate set of developments recently. So I'd like to ask the team to please play the video with from Madam Sarr, and then we will go into the discussion with our panel.
I'm really honored today, coming from a low and middle income country, to be part of this first ever open day of the UNRSF for Partners. The fund has already brought meaningful changes in some countries and organizations from the most impacted part of this globe by road crashes and injuries. This makes me say the fund creation has been a dramatic turn for country road safety projects, funding as it brings together financing from government, from private companies, civil societies, and UN leaders. And the fund is organizing all those funds for an impact to those countries. Following the Stockholm Declaration, aiming in particular at achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in the field of road safety and the reduction to 50% of fatalities and serious injuries by 2030, Senegal has materialized its commitment by creating a governing body to manage and coordinate all road safety programs and activities. In view of the urgency, this National Road Safety Agency, ANASER Senegal, is in charge of implementing the coherent and efficient policy against road insecurity through national road safety programs or projects based on the mastery of road data accidents, as well as on appropriate studies and research focused on road education, training, and awareness raising of users, approvals, audits, and inspections of infrastructure, through technical controls as well for vehicles and vehicle standards as well, and post-accident interventions strategies. The objective is to ensure the conditions for a safe and sustainable multimodal transport for users. The agency's resources are based on allocation from the state, various funds as FERA, FDTT, various fees on vehicles, transport tickets, fines related to traffic violation. Civil society organizations are also struggling for financing their projects, despite the hard work they are doing on the field. This is the case in Senegal, but as well for many countries in Africa. These funds remain largely insufficient to face the magnitude of the task. However, we really need those road accidents to be avoided. They could have been avoided. This is why I'm launching a solemn appeal to all partners
Asking the team to confirm if this was an interruption or the end of the video.
That was the end of the video, Dimitri.
Okay, understood. Look, it is unfortunate that due to connectivity issues, the recording was interrupted. But I think, colleagues, we can probably guess what the appeal is. You know, I don't want to speak on behalf of Senegal's Road Safety Agency or Madam Sarr, but it is absolutely clear that the current levels of investing in a problem that kills 1.3 million people globally every year and leaves over 50 million injured every year is not adequate. And unfortunately, we know that that there is, you know, let me use a politically incorrect term. There is a hype of investing in an urgent problem that is making headlines in the press, and too many of these problems pop up every day, be it natural disasters or conflicts or pandemics. And yet, road safety is a stable killer that is staying with us irrespective of the circumstances. And yet, there is no action at the level necessary. So the appeal that many developing countries come to us with, and the fund currently only satisfies about 10% or even less of the demand it gets for assistance, points to a much needed investment. Figures point to the fact that at least $100 million a year would be necessary to respond to the requests that developing countries come with to the fund. And yet the fund's envelope is still far from being that size. We hope to grow it with your help, and we believe that today's conversation is important, but as important is the notion that any international fund can only be part of the solution. I think we heard it very clearly from ECA, we heard it very clearly from Senegal, and today we need to talk about both what can we do with the limited resources that international partners and donors have, including via the UN Road Safety Fund, and what needs to be done to leverage much bigger investment by public and private sectors in developing countries so that the problem can be addressed adequately. Thanking Director Sarr for her intervention, I'd like to now pass to our distinguished panel. We'd like to showcase the commitments by our national governments, by the government partners, donors, and our corporate partners to the UN Road Safety Fund. People joining us today are truly champions that have embraced the agenda and that have been with the fund on a very interesting journey, building the tool together and not just contributing funding. And it will be great to hear their perspective. We'll have an initial round of presentations, remarks, starting with Lucille Boula, Director of Operations of Swiss Philanthropy Foundation. And then I would like to have a chance to come back to our panelists and ask them more questions, and indeed also open the floor to our audience to ask questions from the floor. Let me start with Lucille. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today. And you know, of course, it would be great to hear your views on what you heard so far, but also more generally, how can we get, you know, philanthropic platforms and philanthropic organizations as such get more involved in addressing road safety as a global silent pandemic of sorts, as an issue that cuts across various sectors. You know, we were talking about health and safety and young people and women being disproportionately affected, and of course the linkages between climate and safety on the roads. And yet we do not yet see philanthropic action at large scale. So your views, your experiences with this would be much appreciated. Over to you, Lucy.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure and an honor to be a panelist. To your question, how to get philanthropic actors more engaged, I think it's a big question. I'm not sure I have the answer to it because you know there's a lot of challenges today, and it's the big question is how can we involve private sector in supporting the global challenges that we're facing. Concerning the road safety, I believe the first thing, and this is what SPF try to work towards too, is to make the financing easier. I'm not sure that road safety is well known amongst philanthropists. I don't know how, even if people want to help, if they know how to help. So, you know, it's one part of making a donation. It's another part to be sure that you're making it at the right time, for the right place, and for the right project. So I believe awareness, as always, is very important, and being able to connect philanthropists with the organization on the ground to better understand the challenges of road safety and the opportunity that such a fund can offer is a first step. At Swiss Philanthropy Foundation, we host philanthropic funds for donors. It basically works the same as an independent foundation. And for us, our challenge is to make financing as agile as possible and as close as possible. So the point is philanthropy is being able to support projects on the ground and whenever the support is needed. And I think it's also important to see philanthropic engagement as something different than the support road safety can get from governments. We see at Swiss Philanthropy Foundation the role of philanthropy as taking risk and maybe funding projects that wouldn't qualify for governance funding, and to, you know, kind of try new things. This is one thing. And finally, I think it's important now for such challenges like road safety. I mean, we heard it already. It's not about one country, right? It's about, we heard before, it's about the whole continent of Africa really needed the support, really needing to improve the road safety. So I think if you have such ambition, you need people to work together. You need a vehicle that allows you to make people talk to each other and fund together projects, ambitious projects, innovative projects, and to coordinate efforts. Because even if you had philanthropists wanting to help road safety, it's such a vast and global challenge that we cannot tackle it each one on our side. We need to work together, and pool fund is really a strategic tool for that because it allows everyone to just work together and coordinate the efforts.
Thank you very much, Lucille. Very valuable insights, and what you said, right place, right time, and being sure that each penny reaches the beneficiary, but especially what you said about taking risks and supporting innovation is so important. We've tried to make all three of these, as well as the collaboration function, of which this Open Day is one example, really constant features of the Road Safety Fund, and I know the Secretariat is working hard on it. As member of the steering committee, I can also tell you that the steering committee pays a big attention to all three elements. So thank you for sharing this. We would like to work with you and other philanthropic platforms to make sure that we can elevate the profile of road safety as an issue for philanthropists around the world. And I'd like to also mention that the Swiss Philanthropy Foundation has just facilitated a tax-deductible philanthropic donation to UNRSF. So we broke new ground in that sense, and we hope more will come. Thank you again for your partnership, but also for joining us today and sharing your thoughts. I might come back to you with a round of questions, but I'd like now to move to our next panelist and a peer member of the steering committee of the fund, as well as really one of the champions of funding and supporting the fund, Filippo Bettini, the Sustainability and Future Mobility Officer at Pirelli. Pirelli is a long-standing private sector player and donor working in the tire sector and focused on sustainability. Filippo, can you tell us a little bit about why are you with the fund and how you support the fund, and also what do you think are some of the critical elements going forward in addressing the bigger picture of road safety funding and financing, and perhaps the fund can play a role there. Over to you, Filippo.
Okay, so thank you, Dimitri, and thank you, Neka, for inviting Pirelli to be part of the meeting. As said, I'm Filippo Bettini, and in the last 15 years, I served Pirelli as Chief Sustainability and Future Mobility Officer. I'm sorry I'll not be able to attend the Q&A session later this afternoon, but I'm available to follow up if some question will be raised and will be addressed to Pirelli and to myself. On the other hand, of course, I'm honored to be one of the representatives of the private sector, and more specifically to represent the role of corporates in supporting the fund. And today I genuinely hope this event will help in bringing new members joining the fold and new support and contribution arriving. I'm not aware how much you are familiar with the Pirelli brands and activities. Sorry. Pirelli is a company, as said, founded in 1872, thus 151 years ago, here in Milan, where I'm based right now. A company focused on development, production, and sales all around the world of high-end consumer tires. So, being a player of the automotive sector, we found natural becoming a supporter of the UN Road Safety Fund since the beginning, and being a firm believer in the fund mission. In fact, if I'm not wrong, we were one of the first automotive sector company to answer the call, and this underscores the importance to us of road safety, and I should say of safety in the wider sense, and why the relationship with the UNRSF is such a natural fit. For many years now, sustainability has been a key driver of development at Pirelli. Our sustainability targets, and not the one related to social topics, are fully integrated with the overall business plan of the company, and sustainability is also a primary factor in the evolution of new mobility. And indeed, though we don't diminish the concern for the environment, in our approach, safety always came first, and we summarize our vision of the mobility of the future by saying that it has to be, first of all, safe, and I mean safe for people, clean for the planet, thus limiting at minimum the environmental impact, inclusive, thus granting everyone the access to mobility system, efficient, with a goal to optimize time and cost to move from point A to point B. I said safe, clean, inclusive, and efficient, stressing this order and ranking. And indeed, during the morning session, going through the experience in Mozambique, in other area, in Brazil and so on, we touch based once again how the emergency is high in order to prevent the safety of people moving on road. So as a tire maker, and a tire maker very focused on innovation and technology, we pursue safety, as said, mainly through product innovation. working to improve braking distances of our tires, grip and stability of our tires, and also through our cyber tire technology to pave the way towards safer and more ahead in the future autonomous vehicles. So we are still waiting for the autonomous one. Nevertheless, we are aware that on its own, this is not enough. Surely, good reliable tires are an essential element in road safety, but this is a global issue requiring a multifaceted approach and the involvement of many different groups and stakeholders, for sure, public and private, international and local. For us, being part of UNRSF allows to participate in initiatives that go beyond the possibility of any single player in areas such as road safety management, infrastructure and urban planning, education and prevention, post-crash management, and of course, what has to be done to ensure the use of safe vehicles on the road. For instance, second-hand vehicles, as stressed during the presentation earlier in the morning, with a particular focus and commitment on those countries which still suffer for a high number of road accidents and fatalities, also in terms of social cost. And I just want to remind the double-digit percentage on GDP of the costs related to road fatalities and incident, like in Mozambique, as we heard today. And so, even though, as said Pirelli, as a business focused on the high-end product, thus meaning that we are serving healthy market and countries, we are aware of the importance of improving the condition of less developed countries and economies, which is today focus of the project supported and funded by RSF. As said, Pirelli is an automotive player, and we think that for all companies of our sector is a must to concentrate our R&D effort to improve the safety of our 4, 3 or 2-wheels vehicles. Nevertheless, there are 2 additional ways for contributing to road safety. Ways that are not limited to automotive companies like we are, but can be expanded to the entire private sector. The first generate from the aim of integrating road safety into corporate purpose. This implies for companies the adoption of road safety policies as part of their social agenda. Companies has to apply this protocol to their fleet, encourage employees, which are hundreds of thousands of individuals for big corporations like us and many other on field, to follow rules for correct behavior on the road. In addition, companies can also engage their suppliers in order to apply the same policies in this virtuous cycle, as you want. And the second one, the additional approach, leverage the traditional philanthropic attitude of the private sector. Along this path, road safety is a natural area of scope, not only for automotive player, even though some automotive players have been among the first to answer the call, like Pirelli, but it's something interesting for many other sectors. Think of insurances, telecommunication operators, gaming, infrastructure developers, data management companies, travel and tourism, just to mention some sector with ESG materiality matrix, very impacted also in terms of reputation from road safety issues. Pirelli is moving all these 3 directions, and with the regard to the first just mentioned, to date we contributed by donating $1 million to the fund, and we will certainly continue to give periodical support and financial periodical support in the coming years. This, since we believe that with donation of supporters and with the capable leadership of the UNRSF, we can achieve ambitious results and contribute to the 3.6 Sustainable Development Goals that we want to halve road safety deaths and injuries by the end of the current decade, even though we are aware that it's really a high ambition, and we can also contribute to the improvement in sustainable cities and community goals, more specifically to the 11.2 SDGs, the one with a goal to provide by 2030 access to safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable transport system for all, with a special attention to the need of those with a vulnerable situation, women, children, persons with disabilities, older person. To conclude, we are aware that the work done by RSF has just started. Nevertheless, we believe that in a world with a population keeping on growing, we will have to deal more and more with people eager to move, since at the end, mobility means freedom. And we are sure that we all agree that we have to encourage and protect freedom and mobility, and we strongly believe that RSF is one of the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Filippo. A lot of interesting points and a very strong commitment and an example of how private sector can really lead the way as well. It was. I will come back to you. I think you still can stay with us a little bit longer until 3:20 or so. Yeah. And what you mentioned about multiple sectors that can actually prioritize road safety, and what you mentioned about ESG materiality metrics are very interesting points for follow-up. We take good note of this as well as of what you mentioned, how important is not just financial giving of large companies, but their action as role models, being with their large fleets and larger, them being large employers, them also being in some cases standard setters in local markets, in emerging economies, and so on. I think this really matters, and we can definitely talk more about the responsibility of the private sector, but also the innovation that comes from the private sector, and that we can learn from and scale up using mechanisms such as RSF and others. With this, let me now move on to another great private sector partner of the UNRSF, Autoliv. I understand we have a video from Mikael Bratt, the president and the CEO. And after the video, we have the pleasure of having Peter Kronberg, the Director of Governmental Affairs of Autoliv, joining us. And I think it would be good, Peter, if you can complement the messages in the video with your reflections too. So let us now see the video, please, from Autoliv, and then I will come back to you, Peter.
Financing road safety is important for Autoliv because more than 1.3 million people are killed in the road transport system every year. Behind each number is a person, a family, a story. At Autoliv, road safety is our reason to be, and our vision is saving more lives. Our 70-year history of developing safety solutions helps us understand what it takes to improve road safety. Progress has been made, but the ratio of improvements is not the same for all countries. As the progress in road safety is stagnating, we as a global community must do things differently. We must find enablers and accelerators for progress so that the countries suffering the greatest burden are able to act. Financing the UN Road Safety Fund is important because there is a great need for large transformative projects in low and middle income countries that can help us bend the curve on road fatalities. These countries need access to both knowledge and platforms to demonstrate technology. This requires significant funding that allows scaling over time. UN Road Safety Fund is uniquely positioned to deliver on these two important pillars, and Autoliv is proud to be a partner that can contribute to both. Our expectations for the work with the fund is that by contributing our experience, we can help accelerate progress in safety in low and middle income countries. Not least by implementing known effective solutions for vehicle occupants and vulnerable road users, and by creating the underlying capacities to operate a safe system. Autoliv is fully aligned with UN Road Safety Fund's priorities and the global plan of actions on road safety. And we trust that the fund and its partner will significantly impact road safety in the next decade.
Thank you very much to Mikael Bratt for this message of support and strong signal of the importance of scale-up funding for road safety. I'm now turning to Peter Kronberg, Director of Governmental Affairs at Autoliv, and ask you, Peter, to reflect a little bit on actually, the rationale and how the investing into the fund fits into your strategic priorities as a company working in the automotive safety sector, and what would be your message for other private sector players in this regard? Over to you, Peter.
Very much, Dimitri, and hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Well, first of all, as my CEO mentioned, Autoliv then is a automotive safety system supplier. So, and as a system supplier, I guess we are a bit unknown, perhaps, to the general public. We kind of do our deed in silence to some extent. But we manufacture and sell airbags, seat belts, and other safety equipment, primarily for the light vehicle duty market, but also for vulnerable road users and increasingly for motorized two-wheelers. And by that nature, I think we have a very direct connection to the agenda of the Road Safety Fund, especially exactly, I would say, as Filippo Pirelli mentioned earlier. So, that means that we recognize, obviously, the great need that we have globally. And if I look at our priorities, we are very much dependent on and connected to the safety technology side, and that there is enough incentives to invest in safety technology as a means to improve protection for occupants and for vulnerable road users in general. So that's one of our priorities, to ensure that proven technology actually becomes available to everyone, really. And that we can raise the significance of vulnerable road users, especially motorized two-wheelers in low and middle income countries. And then thirdly, to support capacity building more generally, but not least in understanding crash causation mechanisms, injury mechanisms, and kind of giving us the evidence, giving everybody really the evidence to act in a direct and very specific manner to address these different challenges. So, on that last point, for example, if we take a look at that, our kind of core to us in our approach is very much research oriented. We're really trying to dig really deep into understanding the biomechanical tolerances of the human body and how that is impacted by different types of mobility in different types of crash scenarios, obviously. And that means that we need access to data. We need access to fairly detailed information about what kind of accidents occur, so that any solutions that we might be able to bring to the table or to the market more specifically is in fact tailored to the needs in the country and in the type of traffic environment that is facing and where the challenges actually are. So there's clearly a need and a mutual interest in helping building that capacity. And from our experience, and we've worked with this for decades, the kind of collaborative model of working private and public sector, civil sector together to generate these kind of building the capacity, potentially doing a lot of these projects that leads up to building databases, like we were part of establishing crash databases in India, working in a similar fashion in China, to kind of bring the country up to speed to some extent. It has proven extremely effective. And that leads also to, and I would like to get back to that potentially in the panel later, but that leads to a great capacity to be able to trust the data that is generated rather than coming from one stakeholder. It's developed in common, in public, transparently, and we can all agree that this is the right data. This is representing the real safety issues, so that we can have trust and confidence that the measures that might be quite hard sometimes, right, can be quite tough decisions that policymakers need to take, and the industry need to kind of just apply to that, right, and that we need to have confidence that this is the right measures. So I think, yeah, that's kind of also our general approach, actually, that giving through our innovations, the way that we are working, we're trying to give policymakers the confidence they need to implement fairly tough regulation potentially. We feel that that's really the most important way forward. And I think that ability then that the UN Road Safety Fund has in its role to pull us, the private sector and other actors together is, as was mentioned in the video, really a unique opportunity that the UN Road Safety Fund has. And we are really happy with the collaboration that we have had so far, and looking forward. I think this session earlier today was really inspiring, and I have hope that we might be able to create some new collaborations based on that actually going forward here.
Thank you very much, Peter. What you mentioned about science-based approaches and data underpinning decisions is incredibly important. We would like to make sure that this is not just something that the private sector talks about. We hope that we get through the next waves of road safety fund projects, but also through what we do as the United Nations, for example, regional commissions in our normative role, as WHO is a key convener on these issues, and in other facets that we can promote science-based approaches. And when it comes to design features and making sure public policy follows sound design principles, be it when it comes to car seats, or when it comes to designing protective barriers, in infrastructure, or even hospital wards. There are so many of these design solutions that can save lives. And by investing in those design solutions, by investing in capacity in developing countries to have these solutions adapted to their local reality, we can make a big difference. So I take it from your intervention also that this is maybe an area which we as the broader UN family need to be looking at. Certainly the fund is committed to the 5 pillars, the safe systems approach, which has design as a very important ingredient. And I think what you mentioned is really a key facet of the global plan for road safety too. So we look forward to continuing our great partnership and to you staying with us as a contributor, but also as a similar to Pirelli, as a thought leader and as a company that can show the way to other private sector players, both when it comes to funding support, but also when it comes to substantive intellectual leadership on road safety. Thank you very much for your contribution. I now turn to our long-standing partner and a champion on the government side, on the donor side. The government of Hungary has been really a staunch supporter of road safety for many years. We're very pleased with the interaction with the government entities in Budapest, with the permanent mission here in Geneva, and of course it is the Hungarian Mobility Development Agency that is leading the way in Hungary, and in a way is a role model for many other such agencies around the world. So we will start with a video from the chairman, Balázs József Weingartner, a long-standing support partner of the UNRSF. And then we're very pleased to have you, Elizabeth, with us. Elizabeth Lavic is the head of the business development at Honda, joining us online today. So after the video, I will pass the floor to you, asking the team to launch the video, please.
Distinguished special envoy, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me welcome all of you on this important occasion, allowing us another opportunity to act together to improve road safety. It's a great privilege for me to have been invited by the UN Road Safety Fund to attend this virtual open day, and I have the possibility to confirm Hungary's commitment to road safety. The Hungarian government's priority objective is to raise road safety standards to make sure everyone returns home safe and sound at the end of the day. We are making a major effort to minimize the number of road traffic accidents, those involving injuries. Hungary, as a donor country of the UN Road Safety Fund since 2018, recognizes that road fatalities and injuries are a challenge to global development, and concerned efforts are needed to reverse the global trend. The project financed by the UN Road Safety Fund, especially in low and middle-income countries, are tackling the problem of road safety globally. Thus, Hungary considers it an extremely important field to provide professional and financial support to the fund. We believe that all the stakeholders have to work together to improve the prospects for future generations, so that we do not stand still in the face of significant loss of life and well-being and economic productivity resulting from preventable road accidents. Please let me also to introduce some of the Hungarian Mobility Development Agency, the HUMDA's recent projects in the field of road safety. HUMDA intends to continue its efforts in one of its most important fields of activity, namely the improvement of the Hungarian traffic culture, the improvement of road safety, and the radical reduction of the number of serious or fatal traffic accidents. Since its inception, HUMDA has launched several programs and campaigns highlighting the everyday importance of road safety. One of our biggest projects is named Road Safety. Safety comes first. We educated primary school students, both on the theoretical and practical level, with the tool of mobile installation. Since the start of the program, we have registered more than 90,000 participants. Our driver training gives drivers the opportunity to learn about their current level of competence and the potential and limitation of the vehicle they are driving in a safe environment. They will gain practical driving skills that will enable them to deal with different traffic situations, avoid potential hazards, and deal with the situation as it arises. From a human factors point of view, the danger is mainly due to problems with driving technique and inappropriate behavior, but high acceleration and small size can also be risk in certain cases. Over the last 2 years, several driving training programs have been organized, designed for motorcyclists, giving almost 1,000 people the opportunity to participate in driving and other theoretical training. In 2023, we would continue to contribute to development of the social discourse on road safety through a national road safety campaign with a social purpose targeting various age groups and traffic participants. We prioritize our social media campaign with the UN Road Safety Fund and look forward to other joint events and campaigns for the rest of the year. I wish to thank you, UN Road Safety Fund, for the opportunity to join you today. I am honored that Hungary can be an active member of the road safety community, and I trust that we will continue to take part in projects and programs that contribute to our most important goal, the radical reduction of the number of fatal accidents. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Hungary's presentation and leadership. I'd like to ask now the head of business development of HUMDA, Elizabeth Lavic, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name okay, to share further insights and maybe some messages for other countries and road safety agencies around the world from your perspective.
Thank you, Dimitri. And thank you for Road Safety, UN Road Safety Fund for inviting HUMDA and myself to this open day. In the next couple of minutes, I'm going to show you a presentation briefly I'll give you a brief introduction of what HUMDA is doing in terms of road safety, how we cooperate with UN Road Safety Fund, and at the end of my presentation, there will be a short video introducing our most successful program called Road Safety for Children. So the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So we are a national agency based in Budapest, in Hungary. The agency was set up almost 3 years ago because the Hungarian government decided that they would like to have more focus on road safety. We are dealing with different kind of activities, but one of the most important area is road safety improvement. Next slide, please. Yes, so among other areas, we focus on the national projects on road safety improvement. We have different kind of programs, projects, media campaigns, all supporting our goals to reduce the number of road fatalities in Hungary. We have strong cooperation on national level with different kind of, for example, local authorities, the police officers, different kind of ministries, but it's all on national side. But as soon as we started our work, we quickly realized that road safety improvement is not a national problem, it's an international problem. So we needed a global partner, and then we were in connection with the UN Road Safety Fund, and we started our collaboration. But Hungary is a donor country for the fund since its beginning on ministerial level. So the ministry decided very soon that we would like to join and be a donor country of the fund. The next slide, please. Here is a little bit boring graph, but it's important to see the targets of the 10 years long period in terms of Hungarian accident numbers. So these are the, so to see, KPI for us, for HUMDA, to reduce the number of the serious injuries and fatalities in Hungary. So all our activities, campaigns, projects, all our works are focusing in terms of road safety to reach these numbers, these goals. Next slides, please. So how we are doing our job and what kind of programs we have. Here are listed the so-called safety programs, as you can see on my slide. There are the truck drivers, the automotor drivers, and the motor drivers targeted. We have both theoretical and practical programs for them. And the most successful program, I think, what we have, and it's running since 1.5 years, is the Road Safety Program for Children. And on the next slide, I'm going to give you a deeper understanding how this project is going. So it's a traveling program, so to say. We have a tent and we are visiting different cities and towns in Hungary. Altogether, 90,000 people, children, attended to this program in the last 1.5 years. Almost 20 cities we were visiting. It's a very short program, actually, because children are involved. They are, so to say, not, they cannot listen for a half day long. So it's like 2 times 20 minutes or 25 minutes. They are involved in the program. The first one is an instruction side, and then the next 20, 25 minutes, they can turn theory into practice, and they can use electric mini cars, bicycles, scooters, and they can try out what they've learned. Of course, we have the help of expert instructions, so they are really in safe. So the next slide, please. In this program, the target group is the preschool. So from the age of 6 until the age of 10 is one group, and from 10 till 14 is another group. In the morning, we invite children from the school with teachers, but in the afternoon, we open the program for anyone who is interested. So the program is free of charge. Anyone can come and experience the project. We also emphasize that we have, so to say, we emphasize the visibility of the program. So we have press events as well, and we organize different kind of media campaigns, social media campaigns to introduce the program and reach as many children as it's possible. The next slide, please. Yes, last but not least, why is it important for us, for HUMDA or for Hungary, to cooperate with the UN Road Safety Fund and to be a donor partner of the fund? I think it's a win-win situation. It's a win situation for us because we can go globally. We can help globally. We can share our best practices, our knowledge, our experiences within the project. For example, end of last year, we took part 3 different kind of information sessions concerning the projects what will be launched by UN Road Safety Fund. And we try to find out how HUMDA can cooperate, what kind of areas we can help, not with the money, but with our experience, with our knowledge, with our partnership. And what are the advantages to be a partner of the Road Safety Fund? It's on my next slide, but I think in the questions and answers we'll also talk about this. That I think the most important advantage is to leverage the financing, because if every country would like to do it separately, then I think it would be almost impossible to find the country who needs the most support, the most financial support, the best practice to share. But with the help of the Road Safety Fund, it's much easier. They have access, they have easy access to these countries. They can set the priorities and maximize the impact easily. They can find out the global needs, and they can, of course, generate the projects and enhance international partnerships, since these projects are realized within the form of a consortium with many international partners. So I'm happy to share our experiences, what we already have in terms of cooperating with the UN Road Safety Fund. And I hope in my next slide there will be a short video. No, not my next. Yeah, this is one advantage of cooperation, because we took part in a social campaign with the fund. It's also make visible what HUMDA is doing and what the fund is doing. And in this video, yes, it will be shown a little bit of inside views what the road safety program is about. Please start the video. session. Thank you for your kind attention. And after the session, I'm here for questions if there is any. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And it was great to hear both about Hungary's commitment to support the global efforts, including through the Road Safety Fund, and about the experience of Hungary and specifically the work of HUMDA to make a difference at home and really focusing on children as an important target audience. I'd like to mention here that in the portfolio of funds projects, we see an increasing number of programs that tackle education and awareness raising amongst children and young people, and it's a critical dimension of prevention and investing in reducing the risks from early age. Thank you very much to these insights and also what you said about joining forces and not being alone and really impact through collective action is a critical message that we take away, including when it comes to financing. I'd like to before turning to our final panelists, I'd like to mention to our audience that you're very welcome to put questions and comments in the chat. We will after the initial series of interventions from the panel, look at the Q&A and we want our audience to be the first ones to ask the question. So please feel free to put your questions there already now. While you're doing this, it's my great pleasure to turn to Dudley Tarleton, Program Specialist for Health and Development at the UNDP, and a good friend for many years. I'm very pleased to have you here, Dudley, speaking at this panel, and very importantly, speaking about the road safety investment case. UNDP, together with other partners, WHO and others, has done really important work in building an investment case, for example, for non-communicable diseases, and that work has really created a lot of traction with finance ministries around the world. We're very pleased to see that the work has started on the road safety investment case. From the regional commission side, I'm happy to say that we would be very pleased to work with UNDP on this. I also know that the number of partners around the world, IRAP, World Bank, and many others are working in a similar direction, sometimes dealing with specific sectors, for example, infrastructure investment and roads. Whereas, of course, we understand that the investment case for road safety needs to cover multiple sectors. So, Dudley, we're looking forward to hearing about it from you. And as you speak, I want us all to reflect, what does this investment case mean for the scaled up funding and financing task that lies ahead of us? Can we use it to advocate with the highest levels of government? Can we use it to advocate with the private sector players to really elevate the scale and depth of financing for road safety? So let's do that, and over to you, Dudley.
Thanks, Dimitri. Great to see you again, and happy to be here on the panel. Happy to close it out after some really inspiring interventions before. So I'll give just a really quick overview of the work on these investment cases broadly, and then give a sneak preview of some preliminary results from the first road safety investment case we've done together, funded by the Road Safety Fund. So just what we're trying to do with these broadly is use cost-benefit analyses to put into financial terms different health challenges. Dimitri mentioned the non-communicable diseases. These have sort of evolved into tobacco control and alcohol, specifically assisted technology. So some of these other ones have had some linkages to the road safety work, but we're really pleased now to be able to drill down and specifically advocate for increased investments in road safety. And the approach that we've taken with these is really an advocacy-based one. So we're not trying to make the best academic rigorous study that might take forever, but we're really trying to advocate for the creation of political space to move policies. So that's the aim, and we use the convening role of the UN to get the right people around the table to hear the messages and bring in as many partners as we can with the focus on country capacities. Next slide, please. 3 parts to it. It's the obvious part is the middle part with the economic modeling. But we find that to really move the policy, you need to have an analysis of the institutional and context picture in the country, really a political economy analysis of road safety, of who are the stakeholders, who's on our side already, who do we need to convince, what's the historical picture of the challenge in the country. So we put this together with the economic modeling, which breaks down the price tag of road traffic accidents in the country. What's the overall economic burden and often expressed as a percentage of annual GDP. And then we look into the healthcare costs specifically and the economic productivity losses, which interestingly usually far outweigh the healthcare spending from the whatever health issue we're looking at. Which does help us bring in other audiences as well. If we're talking to the Ministry of Labor or the Ministry of Transport, obviously, but we really can use the economic losses that are broadly spread across the country to bring more people around the table. We can cost the interventions, and with the road safety, we're going out in a 30-year time horizon. And then we can estimate the benefits with some delay because we have some time for putting in place the policies and scaling them up. But we have a good sense of the health and economic gains to be made from these interventions. And then we finish off with that return on investment analysis. And then make a set of policy-focused recommendations that need to be action-oriented and specific to the country context. Next slide, please. And again, just to emphasize, we probably spend 95% of the effort on the report, but I'm not convinced that everyone's reading the reports from cover to cover. So we have a lot of advocacy materials that come with it, the infographics, the PowerPoints, the social media campaigns, the videos, and we just try to get the best audience we can with it. Next slide, please. Just I mentioned a few of the other types of investment cases and just the sort of scope of the work. These are the countries where we have ongoing investment cases this year. And the demand sort of comes organically. We're not advertising and trying to overcommit to things, but the countries know what each other are doing, and there's a long list of countries wanting support, and I have no doubt that there will be a big demand for road safety investment cases as well. Next one, please. So while we've been doing these investment cases for a few years, and I think it's really important to go back regularly and track what's happened in the countries, after we finished. And this is not about attribution of success to the UN or anybody else. The best we can do is give a push to longstanding efforts in the countries. But we want to, look, are the countries implementing the interventions that we're recommending? And we found 83 cases where the recommendations were put into place so far. And we can go back with the modeling that's done and aggregate, how many deaths can be averted, how many, what's the economic restored activity that we can assume that countries have essentially in their pockets already, that they're going to have those returns going forward. Next one, please. Okay, so quick preview, and I hope I'm not getting too ahead of anything else, but I think we're happy with the way things are going in the pilot country. And I've anonymized it on the slides because I'm happy for them to be shared with everybody. But I think between us, I can say that it was in Zambia and funded through a grant from the UN Road Safety Fund. A group of economists based in the US called RTI International, who work extensively with the UN, developed the methodology, which is in line with the other investment cases I was presented before. These are the preliminary findings that are with the government for clearance now. And I'm hoping if things go well, we'll be able to launch this with an event in the second quarter of this year. Next slide, please. So first, what do we look at? I think as these investment cases roll out, we'll add interventions to the modeling, but we started with these 5 ones: the post-crash pre-hospital care, alcohol breath testing, which is also modeled in a couple of other investment cases, and then some infrastructure, road crossings, speed bumps, and roadside pathways. Next one, please. So some of the findings, the main ones, really, Dr. Morsi mentioned the average in Africa of 5% of GDP lost per year, bang on with what we found in Zambia, 4.7% of GDP, which I was surprised because it really is massive. Just to give a bit of context, we also did non-communicable disease and tobacco control investment cases in Zambia in the last couple of years. And if we take all of the main 4 non-communicable diseases, so all cancers, cardiovascular, diabetes, chronic lung disease, all that together is only 6% of GDP. So just with road safety, here getting to 4.7 is really significant. And tobacco, by comparison, I think we were at about 1.5%. So really significant burden that we start with. And then we've been able to isolate with these 5 interventions, scaled up only to 80% level of implementation. Over 30 years, 115,000 preventable deaths. And then the 11.7 billion in restored economic productivity. But you don't need to go out 30 years to get the good results. The results get past the break-even level quite quickly for most of the interventions, usually by year 3 or 4. Next one, please. More numbers, but just to give a sense of the, which of the interventions have the highest impact in terms of health returns, and the 2 bars are the 2 levels of implementation. I know it's small to see, but here it's speed bumps that have the largest impact, followed by crossings. Next one, please. Here's the relative return on investment of each one. So the investment is symbolized by that little green dot in the middle, may even be too small to see. And then you can see they're all positive. So they all have a return greater than 1 over this period, with post-crash pre-hospital care being the first one, road crossing of more than 4 to 1 return, 10 for roadside pathways, getting up close to 40 for speed bumps, and alcohol breath testing, which again, it's high because it's not too expensive to implement, more than 80 to 1 over this period. But you can see how the previous slide gives the argument for the speed bumps, this one for alcohol breath testing, and we can use different types of arguments to make sure that we don't overprivilege certain interventions and advocate for a holistic response to road safety. Next one, please. Just a few numbers, a few findings we've had from these investment cases. So we know that the numbers by themselves aren't going to make a huge difference. It's about the process. It's about getting the right team convened, getting the right audience, making sure that the arguments are tailored to the national context. And we need to be patient because the actual work doing these investment cases is maybe 3 months. But on average, they take about a year because we need to have that national ownership, and we need to bring people on board and have them own the actual findings, the data. We got make sure that we have as much national data as we can. So it takes a little bit of patience, usually about a year. And then we want to also make sure that we emphasize those short-term returns because the political decision makers may not be so swayed by a 30-year time horizon, but if we can show them the benefits to come in the current political cycle, that tends to move things. But the investment cases are a table setter, and we really want to have a sustained program of support, much like what's funded by the Road Safety Fund, to come in after it and get that investment going, get it on the political agenda, move it up, and make sure it gets the attention it needs. Next one, please. I think I'm done. Yep, that's it. Thank you, everybody. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Dudley. It's very very persuasive, and wow, the numbers speak for themselves. It's one thing to talk about a global figure of 5.5% of GDP. It's another one to say here is an investment case for a particular country where this means this many lives saved and this many millions of dollars and potential savings as well. Colleagues, with this, we move to a part where we can interact with our panel, ask them questions, provoke further discussion, test some of the assumptions that we're making in this conversation. So first of all, I'd like to see if in our Q&A chat there are already some questions. Asking the team also to help me if I'm missing them. Yeah. You can see a question about the standardized training for commercial drivers in reducing emissions. I also saw a question about autonomous driving and what it means for the future of road safety, globally. Then there's a very important point about the customs duties for brand new vehicles, and we do know that the second-hand vehicles market, especially in Africa, is one of the serious sources of the problem, and I know that the Road Safety Fund is working to address it. In fact, then there is just now a question from Mexico about. Filippo, thank you very much for joining us.
I'm really sorry, I have to leave.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for a very interesting event. Thank you. Bye.
Very important point from Mexico about the culture and of course the multi-sector action that is required, linking suppliers, government, and so on. Then there is I think questions for Dudley are now starting to pour in, including a question on data collection, whether there are some challenges we're facing, and I just saw another one, but I cannot find it anymore. We will have more. These are some of the ones that have come through. What I'd like to do is use these questions, and I think the panelists can see them too, and then starting with Lucille, and then going to Peter and Erzbeth, and then Dudley. First, more generally, what would be one or two things that you really want to see emerging in the next years from the side of the UN Road Safety Fund that you think can really help elevate the profile of the issue and channel more funding and financing to road safety? What is missing? What do you think is the missing piece, and your recommendation specifically related to funding and financing streams? And then, if you are interested in answering any of the specific questions that are coming through the chat, please feel free to do so as well. There are questions on the used vehicles, on the customs duties, on the role of traffic police, and so on and so forth. But so please, Lucille, we start with you. Any reflections on this main question, other questions, but perhaps also what you've heard so far in the event?
Thank you, Dimitri. So for me, I will maybe less talk about the specific thematic where I'm less familiar with, but more on the administration part where SPF has a bigger expertise. For me, I think for the fund, it's really about mobilizing globally. We had this experience during COVID with WHO, where we were able to fundraise towards all Europe and all around the world. Of course, circumstances were different, But I think it's also what I would like for the fund as an administrative host is being able, you know, to reach towards the whole European network and being able, you know, to coordinate donors outside of Geneva, where the fund is based, but really a bit more globally.
Thank you. And would you say there is more scope for innovative financing models, for some solutions that are out of the box, and I think some of them were mentioned, the smart levies and so on. Do you have an opinion on this as being as potential solution for road safety, and also whether the road safety fund can play a role here?
Yes, I think the advantage of having a fund that, you know, everyone that puts all the resources together, it allows, you know, to have a coordinated approach where you can, you know, rather than have separate actions spread all around the world, you can really have activities that are aligned strategically with all the donors. You know, it prevents that everyone has a smaller action on their side, but rather everybody acting together and helping to scale up activities and really, you know, try to tackle the global challenges in front of governments that, you know, are not able to tackle.
Thank you. Thank you, indeed. Peter, turning to you, I'll let you, reflect on the bigger question, and also if you want on any specific questions, but also if you could maybe, because you're representing the private sector here, if you could talk about who else from both the public and the private sector are you missing in this conversation? Who else should be there? And any other players or any other big actors or small actors that are needed in this financing conversation?
Yeah, thank you. Those are great, challenging questions, I think. But I don't know if it's so much missing from the table already. I think it's been definitely demonstrated this morning, or in the first session, I should say. There's a lot of inspiring big projects going on, but otherwise, I think that would be my kind of first thing I would like to see a lot of, the kind of really big demonstrators that gives us the confidence as a community, but also then in influencing decision makers, that we do have an idea on how this can be done and how it can be implemented and scaled. I think that also serves another great purpose, and that is giving visibility to this. I mean, unfortunately, fairly not a well-recognized issue that we're dealing with, as was mentioned many times already today. So we have all these opportunities to visualize and really make so abundantly clear that this challenge needs to be in the focal point of global policy and national policy. I think big demonstrators funded by the UN Road Safety Fund serves that particular opportunity, and that comes with, I think, in general, with this whole pooling of resources and knowledge into one space, it really gives visibility to it. So I think that's an extremely important thing to bring with us. And then connected to that, I guess, and picking up on your question on the private sector. So I think the safety related companies, I mean, us here as safety suppliers and the automotive makers and the insurance industry, they have a very natural role to play here. They need to commit, I would say, to this, both directly and in other ways. There is a potentially negative impact that needs to be mitigated, and there is also a great opportunity to be providing innovations to deal with the problems, right? But honestly, I would like to see more of the kind of the non-direct players, certainly from the private sector, to be mobilized here. I think it's an extremely, well, it's an area we haven't really tapped into yet. I think it's been mentioned among the priorities of that Stockholm Declaration a few years ago, to try to implement safe system approaches in the value chains of companies broadly. And I think that's an interesting area for the UN Road Safety Fund to look into as a means to maybe bring then new companies into the mix here. So really having at some point a very global consortium of actors that have a very positive new model for working with road safety integrated into the way that they are operating. Because I mean, obviously, the majority of companies out there, at least larger companies, they don't know how to. They are not safety experts, but they have an enormously important role to play. They represent the majority of any movement in the streets, as well as we all know. So I would definitely like to see more of that. And maybe the last point I would like to raise would be perhaps an innovative funding mechanisms. I don't know how much they can be scaled, but it's the entrepreneurial potential that we can see here. And coming from a safety company, we actually, that's our thing, right? That's our business. We're trying to align our interests as a company with doing something really substantially well for the safety needs. And there are many opportunities for that. So the private sector has an enormous capacity for innovation and has an enormous capacity to scale up and make things affordable. But at the same time, it's quite hard to take big leaps, I would say. And that's where innovation in kind of startup communities and entrepreneurial activities from really smart innovators come and have a very important role to play. So perhaps there is a program for the UN Fund to consider where we are funding entrepreneurs in any country really facing these challenges and giving them a way to implement their ideas. And I'm confident that there are hundreds of extremely smart and capable entrepreneurs in any of these countries which are facing the most challenges, and they would know best how to make things affordable and how to scale it, I think. So that could be one way forward, perhaps, as a funding mechanism.
Thank you, Peter. Very important insights. I will not try to summarize now. I'll come back later to mention some of the key points from you. I turn now to Erzsébet, asking her to reflect on these pertinent questions. And similarly, as you reflect on the overall, what's missing, what else needs to be done, maybe you can talk about what can be done to get the donor countries to prioritize it a bit more, and follow Hungary's example. There's so many others that haven't yet invested in road safety as a priority. But anyway, over to you for your reflections, Erzsébet.
Thank you, Dimitri. Yes, just I'm totally agree with you both who just give your answer. That partnership, it's a crucial one in terms of road safety improvement. And as I mentioned in my presentation, that to have the partnership with the Road Safety Fund, for us it's important to open the door for globally. So, and it's not only to finance projects, it's important, of course, we know as a donor country, but to share experience, what we experience, what we know already here in Hungary, what we have learned from our mistakes already, we can share it with countries, with partners in low and middle income countries, or even in neighboring countries. So I think it's one of the huge advantages, and maybe new donor countries, ministries can be easily convinced via an example of another donor country. So in terms of Hungary, I know that when Mr. Jean Todt came to Hungary and met personally with ministers, it has the impact. So, but I know his presence, his experience, his knowledge is really huge. But the fact that the UN is behind the Road Safety Fund, the UN Road Safety Fund, it's a huge advantage. It's it's a big card, so to say. So I think maybe the fund can use the examples of the donor countries already to use us to present how we how we contribute and what we win from this partnership with UN Road Safety Fund. And another idea, maybe it's I don't know, it just came into my mind that, for example, last year concerning the financing methods or new initiatives, last year the Hungarian government decided to donate more than 60,000 safety helmets to Kenya. And it was not a financial support, it was, we bought the helmets and we transferred the helmets to Kenya. And we did it by ourselves, so to say, with the help of Red Cross, but it was really hard stuff. So to these third countries, the duty rules, the transportation rules and everything, it was really, really hard. But at the end, it was successful and it was a huge project from our side. So maybe financial support is important, but sometimes maybe Road Safety Fund can think of other kind of donates or useful projects. It's just an idea. I don't know whether it can work in other donor countries or not. We did it, and it was really a success because more than 60,000 helmets were used by Kenyan people.
Thank you. And what you're talking about is really important because it points also to a need for platform approaches and platform economy to kick in. How do you actually implement a helmet distribution program globally in an effective manner, reduce transaction costs, and use also the know-how of the private sector, which does distribute millions and billions of items commercially around the world with as low transaction cost as possible, and yet for a government to donate helmets may actually represent a hurdle. So thank you for pointing this out as well. I now turn to Dudley. Dudley, you have some specific questions addressed to you. One from Anika regarding the challenges of data collection, and then there is a specific one on the return on investment monitoring and the research criteria, and then I think just now another one coming, a bit more specific on migration of motorcycles and three-wheelers from rural to urban areas. So these are specific questions. You are very welcome to reflect on my broader question on what you think might be missing in the financing for road safety world, and specifically maybe you can reflect from the experience of the investment case for non-communicable diseases, for example. What are the steps to be taken from a well-researched investment case to scaled-up financing, and whether you have some pointers to successful experiences there? Over to you.
Super, thanks, Dimitri. Great. So on the broader question on the Road Safety Fund, I'm new to the partnership and new to road safety generally, so I don't presume to find any gaps. But there are a few aspects of it that I'm excited about and I think hold a lot of promise. I think just having a dedicated, substantial stream of funding going into road safety is a big step forward. And I think as the fund is now implementing, we know success breeds success, and I think that'll open up even more diversity in the donors coming in, and that brings in opportunities for innovation. When Lucille was speaking of innovation, it reminded me just a quick anecdote, and I'm so new to it, maybe it's not that interesting for everyone else, but I saw a news clip in Bulgaria where there was an intersection that was dangerous and there wasn't any enforcement and people were speeding through. So the citizens went and got a mannequin, dressed it up like a police officer, put a high-vis vest on, and just put it on the side of the road, and immediately behavior changed and everyone slowed down. People were even putting on their seatbelts when they'd see it. So I think there's a huge scope for innovation and all kinds of things to improve. And I think the Road Safety Fund can also try things out and experiment. I couldn't find the exact question in the chat, but on data collection, for this type of exercise, I don't think it should be too big an obstacle. There is default data to draw on so that when we start. We used to come with an empty data sheet to the government and say, okay, let's fill it or fill this out and give it back to us with 800 empty cells, and it goes nowhere, and we sit around for weeks. So now we pre-populate with default data. We use, the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation. WHO has great stuff, and we can, everyone generally accepts the World Bank's GDP and ILO's wage data. So we can go in with good default data, but we want to use that as the start and then replace everything we can with up-to-date national data every chance we get. So the data collection, even though it never presents a real obstacle, sometimes it's a little bit more of a political question because the national statistics agencies really want to show off their data, and often it's very good. But it is one of the places where that gap between 3 months of work, sometimes taking a year, the data collection can be one of those. And then the question, Dimitri, on what is it that takes these investment cases and makes them more likely to lead to greater investment? I think really it's a couple of things. Finding the champions in the government who are not necessarily experts in the field, but who are influential, open to new ideas, and able to push things. Anticipating the counter arguments, which are always consistent. They're always there. They're in the background usually because no one gets up in front of the UN and the government and argues explicitly, but we know they're there. And I don't think the resistance against investments in road safety will be of the same nature as they are for tobacco or alcohol. It'll be a little bit different, which is good. But we're already starting from a place where there is a lower level of recognition of the 1.3 million deaths a year. It's a lot easier to advocate for tuberculosis, which is roughly the same burden. So there's those, and then seeing everything through, knowing that the investment case is just the start of the conversation, and then acting on it and making sure there's a program of action to follow up. The other thing is coming not just with advice for how to spend the money to the government, but where the resources can come from, having a plan, whether it's through taxes or social bonds or anything else, come with both an idea of how to find the resources and then the best way to use them. And if I missed any other questions in the chat, I'm happy to.
There was one on research criteria to monitor the return on investment.
So yeah, the return on investment really hinges on the estimated impact of the interventions, and so we use estimates. So we're not going back and finding how much did Zambia actually spend last year on road safety interventions. We take the estimates that exist, and then year by year look at the impact of those interventions. And so we can express it two ways. It could be either a benefits cost ratio or a return on investment approach. We can sort of choose depending on the audience. I think for this work, where there's a good engagement of the private sector, return on investment might resonate a little more. I think any business leader who sees, like we saw with the ROI for alcohol checkpoints, an 80-to-1 return on investment, even if it is over 3 decades, really high, and that will get anyone's attention. And if we lead with some of those really high returns and package them with the other ones as well, that really helps get road safety moving, as a full agenda and portfolio.
Thank you. Thank you for these clarifications, and thank you, Dudley, for pointing out that we need to help the governments not just realize the importance, not just see the the costs of, in this case, road safety, deaths and injuries, but also to help them map the solutions, where the money can come from. I'd like to circle back to this and see if we can maybe hear from from our panel any additional reflections on innovative sources of financing. We there are some famous cases like Unitate, and that has really changed the way you know, funding some really hard to beat problems in the health sector, you know, is now structured. There are great models where by investing into a startup ecosystem and spurring innovation, and I think you know, Lucille spoke about it at the very beginning, that one needs to be able to experiment, and you know, sometimes you invest a little bit in a startup community that, and it generates a market. It generates solutions that then form a market, and that can really turn the problem around through completely different means, through impact investing, for example. There are perhaps other more traditional means in road safety where you direct the proceeds from fines and all part of taxes related to vehicles that are on the road, or road taxes to road safety. So I wonder if our panel has any additional reflections on this. What you know, what else could we do, and what role could the fund play to spur the movement towards a much more vibrant, innovative financing ecosystem for road safety? I don't expect you to have the full answers, but maybe just a quick reflection on this. And I will not go in any order. I wonder if anybody just wants to come in. Please let me know.
I'll do a really quick one. Just I really feel like globally, if we want to link with the externalities that cause the road traffic accidents, alcohol taxes are generally very low compared to the burden that they cause. And I think it's very hard to raise alcohol taxes politically, but if it's clearly earmarked to road safety, that may be something that gets that public support and locks in support for it. So that would be one thing I'd like to pursue with the countries.
Thank you. Perhaps if I may just maybe also, because I see some questions is in the same vein in the chat. I don't know if it's possible for you, Lucille, to reflect. Maybe you mentioned the importance of scaling the global road safety financing appeal to the scale of what happened with WHO during the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, that was an unprecedented event and a really large scale, but perhaps we can learn lessons from that. And I know that SPF played a role there. So do you mind sharing maybe some lessons from that and how that has worked? You are mute.
Apologies. Yeah, with pleasure. Of course, it was a very unique circumstances, and I'm truly hoping that we will never encounter this again, and that we will never reach to that point with road safety. But I think it's important when you wish to scale up. It's important to understand what are the priority, what does everyone agree upon, what are the priority, and how we can approach it differently. With WHO, everybody agreed that we needed to do something and to do it very fast. And so what we were able to do is to facilitate donations from all around Europe, because we're part of a facilitating donation network called the Transnational Giving Europe. But it was quite unique for WHO to receive so much funding from the private sector. And so we had to be quick to put something in place that was agile and that could, you know, receive the donations towards Europe, but there was also the UN Foundation who was receiving towards the United States in Asia. So I think whatever the funding strategy, the financing strategy that you want to put in place, you need to make sure that you have the right vehicle, right? Because in road safety, we don't have that same sense of emergency maybe that there was with WHO, but still you want for donors for it to be easy, you know, and for them to see the impact, because the risk when you have a pool fund is that people just put their funds into it but are not sure where it goes, right? So transparency is key, agility is key, and also to have the right partners in place that are able to make it easy for the donors while always very transparent. And I think with WHO, we really were able to have this in place. WHO was very into communication. We had the reports, and we were able to send the reports to the donors, so they were kept informed. It's not just thank you for your donation, and then you don't get any news from what is being done. There was like regular updates. So having the partner that can take on that responsibility to follow through with the donors while the people on the ground can focus on the activities, I think that was really a great lesson learned for everyone.
Thank you very much. And indeed, this was an unprecedented effort and the scale of funding too. Though I must say, unfortunately, that cumulatively there are many more people that have died on the road than that from I think most of the infectious diseases probably combined. That is the tragic toll of road safety being such a stable killer, as we say. Thank you so much for this, Lucida, and for sharing this experience. And the importance of feeding back to individual donors is really something that we are very much aware of. And as the fund is experimenting with various options there, we really hope that we can continue to benefit from your guidance and from your advice on how to make this work in the best possible way. Peter, if I may turn to you, if you have any reflections, and specifically also several people mentioned entrepreneurship. You mentioned it yourself. People mentioned startup, innovation, startup ecosystems, innovation. So what could the fund do to foster this entrepreneurial activity so that we can scale affordable, very importantly, affordable road safety innovations in low and middle income countries?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. I think, and I made a comment actually in the chat quite recently here. Perhaps there is there is no need for the UN Road Safety Fund to create a new structure here. I think there is enough ecosystems for startups already present in many countries, at least. If there is a gap in a certain country where we see that there is a dire need of action, that might be a different story. But giving the seed money for allowing entrepreneurship to happen, to give a chance for a venture to start, definitely is a question of funds. So I definitely see that a road safety fund would have an opportunity to contribute to that. And perhaps by partnering up with a startup arena in any country really, which is already present, already operating, already having all these different models for how entrepreneurs are trained, how they are supported. I mean, there's a lot of know-how involved in that, and there's a lot of support structures that is needed. So maybe it's more about seed money and about setting really interesting challenges. So it's really seen as a challenge program to some extent. We, as a community within the UN Road Safety Fund, of course, also have the private sector engaged, like ourselves and others who might be very interested in finding these potential unicorns on the startup arena. Where they have safety innovations that could be really, really attractive for the private sector as a way to build business over time, for example. So that's definitely an opportunity, I would say.
Thank you so much, Peter. It's very important, generally speaking, that we don't reinvent the wheel and that we connect the existing alliances. Be it in the health sector, be it in the financing world, be it, for example, to the philanthropic world. I think very often we need to be very aware of narratives that overlap. Yeah, for example, we are finding more and more that talking about safe mobility and talking about greener mobility are two overlapping conversations, and the green mobility discussion is, of course, very important when it comes to the climate, climate change narrative. And one idea we have is potentially to see if this conversation needs to be also happening linked to the COP. For example, as at COP28, there we expect a conversation about the future of cities as greener cities, more sustainable cities, and rethinking urban spaces from the climate perspectives can happen with safety and safer infrastructure in mind as well. Similarly, we have found that very often conversations focusing on women empowerment can be a great opportunity to talk about road safety, and very often community leaders, women community leaders in developing countries are potential champions for safer behaviors and for shifting the needle in terms of educating kids. And here the example from Hungary is so important. It really does start at school. It really does start with young children. And so what role can women empowerment programs globally play in promoting road safety, and so on and so forth. So integration and looking at it really as a systemic issue is really important from our perspective. Colleagues, we are coming close to a wrap up, but before we do that, and before I try to summarize our discussion today, I'd like to give each of our panelists a chance to just share literally a few words, key takeaways from today's discussion, and anything you'd like to share in terms of the value of road safety financing, and if you would like to reflect on any other dimensions of today's discussion. So literally just a few sentences from each of you, and this time I will start with Dudley. I'll go to Elizabeth, Peter, and then Lucille.
Thanks, Dimitri. Again, I'm so new. I've got so much to learn, but I'm excited about it. But I think in general, I think we should, two things. We should get out of our comfort zone. That road safety people, speaking to road safety people is probably not gonna change things drastically. So we need to expand the audiences, the people we're speaking to, and to raise the alarm that most people wouldn't know that 1.3 million people die every year on the roads, and that it's 2 or 3 times more than the global burden of global deaths from malaria. So it's okay to give a sense of the urgency. Thanks.
Thank you, Dudley. Elizabeth, please.
Thank you, Dimitri. Well, it's hard to summarize and to say just 2 or 3 keywords about road safety, but I think what is really important and what we are working for in Hungary is to have safer roads for all in Hungary, and that's why we start to teach children, because they are the first one to step on the roads, the pedestrian streets, and they are very open-minded, very easy to teach them and to practice their knowledge, and they show a good example to their parents as well. So I think partnership, as I mentioned many times, it's a key element of working together nationally and globally as well. And in terms of financial part, I think cost effectiveness is a crucial point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Peter.
Well, I mean, I think we all recognize the enormous complexity and size of the road safety problem. So for me, that kind of leads us directly into why it's so important that we are mobilizing and pooling resources and funds, competence, and so on in order to address it. So I think that would be my main takeaway, and also the whole, I feel that the main purpose and benefit of the UN Road Safety Fund acting in this way. And I really think that from our perspective as well, that the UN Road Safety Fund has already in its model the idea of cross-sector collaboration. And I think that's what we have recognized in our experience time and time again, that needs to be stimulated, that needs to be fostered, and there needs to be a way for, well, non-unfunded actors that are typically hard time to find funds engage in such collaborations. The private sector, I think, can be expected to have that ability, but not necessarily the civil, academic, or for that matter, the government. So finding a way to finance and fund that is extremely beneficial, and that will lead us, as I think I started today, and to the ability to demonstrate for all decision makers that there are tools, solutions out there that can be implemented. We just have to show it to them so that they dare take action, sometimes difficult action on mandates and so on.
Thank you, Peter. Lucille.
For me, I'm looking towards the future, and the two key points I heard that makes me very excited to see what's next are the intersectional work that needs to be, you know, promoted, and that not having a great knowledge about road safety, you know, for me it's very interesting to start to see it from different angles and different point of views. And the second thing is that I heard at least everyone say once the word innovative, innovation, or thinking differently. So I think we're all aligned, and that's the first step towards thinking differently and try new things. So from what I'm keeping from today's discussion is that a lot of things are coming in the future, and I'm very excited to see it.
Thank you very much. Thank you all, really, for your insightful, very open, very thought-provoking sharing of ideas. It's a rich discussion, and it complements what we heard in the morning, some real-life examples of the challenges in developing countries and emerging solutions that the fund has been able to support. It complements it because we've talked today about A, the need for financing, B, the gap between the need and the available financing, C, the investment case that is very clear, and then finally the fact that you need to aggregate and pool. You really need these partnerships and these funding vehicles, and the UN Road Safety Fund plays this role, that aggregate not just resources but also knowledge, because money without knowledge doesn't work, and you know, be it science-based approaches or be it you know, knowing what intervention brings the biggest impact in a short and longer term is really important. So the mixing of knowledge and resources and aggregating it. We heard a very clear message that currently the road safety problem, the road safety silent pandemic, is way too silent. And we need to demonstrate and raise its visibility much stronger. I think this is the gist of the efforts of the UN Road Safety Special Envoy, Mr. Jean Todt. He was already mentioned today, across the UN agencies in the UN Road Safety collaboration, you know, with our partners at WHO, in the follow-up to the global decade. I saw a question early in the chat about what's happened since the global decade was announced. So in all these moments and vehicles of visibility, we really need to redouble our efforts, and we need to send a strong message on financing. Then thirdly, we heard that we need to widen the circle and bring in some of the unusual suspects. That includes the approach that colleagues from Pirelli were talking about. Look beyond the automotive sector, look beyond the safety sector, really try to imagine what partners could be brought on board, because A, everybody drives, B, a lot of sectors are impacted by road safety indirectly, and C, this is a global cause with massive repercussions on health and well-being, and massive repercussions on the younger population. So let's imagine together what circle of partners we need. And then finally, the importance of linking road safety to the interests of the private sector, not just from the philanthropic point of view, not just from the point of view of private sector willing to invest as a grant funding, but from the business models, from the entrepreneurship track point of view. What's in it for the private sector? I think this is a really important conversation that we need to continue, and that I think can help stimulate both scaled up private investment in road safety around the world, but also can be a game changer in terms of raising awareness on the issue. And so the pressure to governments to invest much more in road safety from domestic budgets. For now, though, we remain committed to strengthening the UN Road Safety Fund as the only UN tool to test the models, fund, get feedback, come back with ideas for scaling up, and convene partners to make sure that both resources and knowledge are aggregated. We call on all of you to continue supporting the fund, both with your expertise, but also with funding. And we hope that we can meet again next year and perhaps even at some points this year to talk about specific ways to strengthen the fund's role. It's been my pleasure to moderate this discussion. And in closing, I'd like to thank all of you for being here. I'd like to thank our audience for your active engagement, your questions. Sorry if we didn't answer all of them. We'll make sure to pass them to our panelists. And then finally, of course, to the team of the Road Safety Fund that has made this event possible. And with this, I'm turning it back to you and Nika.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. Thank you very much to the speakers and to the audience. I think this is just a beautiful demonstration of partnership because everyone is playing their part beautifully in this session. And it makes my job very, very easy, which is just to thank you for your participation, for the support, the insights, you know, all the positive experiences that we're having together, just trying to work on this very important topic. Throughout the course of today, we heard from, and I'm including also this morning, we heard from experts in the field. We discussed where progress is being made through this partnership. We heard about some financing solutions, what people are doing in country, in corporations, and together with us globally. So it's been truly informative also for me and inspiring, I hope for you, and that it's been as a valuable experience for you as it has been for me and the team. Wanting to thank everyone on the Secretariat who's been working very hard behind the scenes on this. Much appreciated. We had over 200 people registered for this event, so it was quite a heavy traffic for us than normal. So on this, just to say also that the discussions here will not be lost. We are capturing key points, key presentations, photos, information in a knowledge kit, which we'll be working on starting next week and will be made available to all of you in the very near future. It will be available on our website and certainly shared also on social media platforms. So with this, thank you all very much for your active participation and your presence, and wish you all a good weekend. Looking forward to the continued collaboration. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.